Have you ever noticed how easy it is to follow others, but how difficult it feels to stand alone and choose your own path? Why does walking your own way feel so uncomfortable, even when deep down you know it's the right thing to do? And what if the life you truly want is waiting on the path you've been too afraid to walk, because no one else is walking it with you? Most people don't fail because they are weak. They fail because they never question the direction they are following. They spend years climbing a ladder, only to realize it was leaning against the wrong wall. But the moment you stop, the moment you step back and choose your own path, everything begins to change, because that is where your real life begins. 1. The illusion of comparison. Why following others destroys your path. Most people don't realize that comparison is not just a bad habit, it is a silent thief of identity. The moment you start measuring your life against someone else's progress, you unconsciously abandon your own journey. You begin to chase timelines that were never designed for you, goals that do not align with your nature, and expectations that slowly drain your energy. Buddhism teaches that suffering often comes from attachment, and one of the most dangerous attachments is the need to be like someone else. When you constantly compare, you are not building yourself, you are editing yourself to fit into someone else's story. Your life has its own rhythm, its own pace, its own unfolding. A flower does not compare itself to another flower. It simply blooms when it is ready. The moment you understand this deeply, you stop rushing, you stop forcing, and you begin to respect your own timing. Walking your own path begins the moment you stop looking sideways and start looking within. 2. The courage to be different. Why your path will feel lonely at first. When you stop following others, something unexpected happens. You begin to feel alone. Not because you are lost or doing something wrong, but because you are no longer moving in the same direction as everyone else. For the first time, you are thinking for yourself, choosing for yourself, and that naturally separates you from the crowd. And this is the exact point where most people give up and go back, because the feeling of being different can be uncomfortable. They mistake this loneliness as a sign of failure. They start to think, if no one else is doing this, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I should just follow what everyone else is doing. But in reality, this feeling is not a warning, it is a sign of growth. It means you are stepping out of imitation and into your own path. Buddhism teaches that true awakening is not something you can do with the crowd. It is a deeply personal journey. It requires you to step back from constant noise, from other people's opinions, and from the endless need to be accepted. When you begin to detach from these things, you start to see more clearly, but that clarity comes with a temporary sense of isolation. At first, it will feel uncomfortable. You may question your decisions. You may doubt your direction. You may even feel like turning back just to feel normal again. But if you stay patient and keep moving forward, something powerful begins to happen. Your inner voice starts becoming stronger and clearer than all the outside voices. And once that inner clarity develops, everything changes. You are no longer confused or easily influenced. You are no longer walking blindly. You are walking with awareness, with purpose, and with a quiet confidence that does not depend on anyone else. 3. Detachment from approval. Stop living for other people's opinions. One of the biggest reasons people lose their path is because they are constantly seeking approval. They shape their decisions based on what others will think, say, or accept. Instead of asking, what feels true to me, they ask, will people like this? And slowly, without realizing it, they stop living their own life and start performing for others. This need for approval may seem small, but it has a deep impact. When your happiness depends on how others see you, your peace becomes unstable. A single criticism can break your confidence, and a small amount of praise can control your direction. This is not freedom, it is a quiet form of dependence. Buddhism teaches that attachment to external validation creates suffering, because it places your worth in something you cannot control. People's opinions change, their moods change, their views are often based on their own fears and limitations. If you build your life on that, you will always feel uncertain and pulled in different directions. Letting go of approval does not mean you stop caring about people. It means you stop needing their permission to be yourself. It means you trust your own judgment, even when it is not understood by others. You become willing to stand alone in your choices, knowing that not everyone is meant to agree with you. At first, this can feel difficult. You may feel exposed, like you are stepping into the world without protection. But over time, something powerful happens. You begin to feel lighter. You stop overthinking every action. You stop explaining yourself unnecessarily. You start making decisions with clarity instead of fear. And when you reach that point, you reclaim your energy. Your focus shifts from pleasing others to building yourself. You begin to live in a way that feels true, stable, and deeply satisfying, not because others approve of it, but because it aligns with who you really are. 4. The discipline of self-construction. You are not found, you are built. Most people spend years waiting to find themselves, as if clarity is something hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be discovered at the right moment. They believe that one day everything will suddenly make sense, that purpose will appear, that identity will become clear without effort. But this belief quietly keeps them stuck, because instead of building who they are waiting for life to reveal it to them. Buddhism teaches a very different truth. There is no fixed self waiting to be found. The self is not something permanent or already completed. It is something that is constantly being shaped, moment by moment, through your actions, your thoughts, and your awareness. Whether you realize it or not, you are always becoming something. The only question is, are you becoming it consciously or by default? Every small action you repeat is building your identity. The way you respond to difficulty, the habits you choose daily, the thoughts you allow to stay in your mind, all of these are slowly constructing the person you are becoming. You don't wake up one day and suddenly become disciplined, confident, or strong. You become that person through hundreds of small decisions that most people ignore. This is why discipline is so powerful, not because it forces you to suffer, but because it gives direction to your life. Without discipline, you drift. You follow moods, distractions, and temporary desires. You start things, but don't finish them. You want change, but you don't stay consistent long enough to create it. And slowly, this lack of structure creates a version of you that feels weak, scattered, and uncertain. But when you begin to practice discipline, everything starts to shift. You stop relying on motivation, because motivation comes and goes. Instead, you rely on commitment. You show up even when you don't feel like it. You do the work even when it feels boring, slow, or uncomfortable. And in doing so, you begin to build something most people never develop: self-trust. Self-trust is the foundation of inner strength. It is the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you can rely on yourself. When you say you will do something, you do it. When life becomes difficult, you don't collapse, you adapt. This kind of strength is not loud, but it is unshakable. At first, the process will feel slow. You may not see immediate results. You may feel like nothing is changing. But this is where most people fail. They stop too early. They don't understand that real transformation happens quietly, beneath the surface, long before it becomes visible. Just like a seed growing underground, the progress is happening even when you cannot see it. Over time, those small, disciplined actions begin to compound. Your mind becomes sharper. Your focus becomes stronger. Your emotions become more stable. You start handling situations differently, thinking more clearly, and acting with intention instead of impulse. And one day, you look at yourself and realize you are no longer the same person you used to be. You didn't find yourself. You built yourself. And the most powerful part of this realization is that once you understand this process, you stop feeling lost, because you no longer depend on external clarity. You understand that your identity is something you create, something you shape, something you take responsibility for every single day. Walking your own path requires this level of responsibility. It requires you to stop blaming circumstances, stop waiting for perfect conditions, and stop expecting life to guide you without effort. Instead, you become the one who creates direction. You become the one who decides who you are becoming. This is not easy. It requires patience, consistency, and honesty with yourself. But it is the only path that leads to real growth. Because when you build yourself, you are not just changing your life. You are becoming someone who can handle anything life brings. And once you reach that level, you no longer feel uncertain about your path. Because you understand that wherever you go, whatever happens, you have the ability to build yourself again and again. 5. Letting go of the crowd mindset. Freedom begins where following ends. There is a quiet force that shapes the lives of most people without them ever noticing it. It is not pressure that is loud or obvious. It does not force you directly. Instead, it guides you subtly through what everyone else is doing, thinking, and believing. This is the crowd mindset, the invisible pull that makes you follow paths you never consciously chose. From a young age, you are taught what is normal. You are shown what success looks like, how life should be lived, what choices are considered safe, and what paths are considered risky. And without questioning it, you begin to follow these patterns. You go where others go. You think the way others think. You measure your progress based on what others have achieved. At first, this feels comfortable. There is a sense of safety in moving with the crowd. You don't feel alone. You don't feel different. You don't have to explain yourself. But over time, something begins to feel off. Even if everything looks fine on the outside, there is a quiet dissatisfaction within you, a feeling that you are not truly living your own life. This is because the crowd mindset is built on unconscious living. It encourages you to follow without awareness, to accept without questioning, and to move without understanding why. And when you live this way, you slowly lose connection with your own inner direction. Buddhism teaches the importance of awareness, not just awareness of your thoughts, but awareness of your actions and the influences around you. It asks you to pause and observe, to step back and ask yourself a powerful question. Is this truly my choice, or is this something I have inherited from others? This question alone can begin to break the hold of the crowd mindset, because the moment you start questioning, you stop following blindly. You begin to see how many of your decisions were shaped by fear, by comparison, or by the need to fit in. Letting go of the crowd mindset does not mean rejecting everything or becoming rebellious for the sake of it. It means becoming conscious. It means choosing your path with clarity instead of drifting with the flow. But this shift is not easy. The moment you step away from the crowd, you will feel resistance. People may not understand your choices. They may question you, doubt you, or even try to pull you back. Not because they want to harm you, but because your change challenges their own comfort. And this is where your strength is tested. You must learn to stand firm in your direction, even when it is not supported. You must learn to trust your understanding, even when it is different from others. At first, this can feel uncertain. You may feel like you are walking without a clear map, but this is where real growth begins. Because when you are no longer relying on the crowd to guide you, you are forced to develop your own awareness, your own judgment, your own sense of direction. Over time, something powerful begins to happen. You start thinking more clearly. You start making decisions that feel aligned with who you are, not what is expected of you. You begin to experience a kind of freedom that most people never reach. The freedom to live without constantly looking over your shoulder. You stop chasing trends. You stop comparing your life. You stop trying to keep up with people who are not even on the same path as you. Instead, you move with intention, with clarity, and with a quiet confidence that comes from within. And this is the true meaning of freedom. Not doing whatever you want, but living in a way that is not controlled by unconscious influence. Living in a way that is chosen, aware, and deeply personal. When you let go of the crowd mindset, you don't lose direction, you gain it. Because for the first time, your life is no longer shaped by the noise around you, but by the awareness within you. And from that point on, you are no longer just moving through life. You are consciously creating it, step by step, in a way that is truly your own. 6. Inner alignment, when your life matches your true self. There is a quiet conflict that lives inside most people, a conflict so subtle that they often spend years, even decades, without fully recognizing it. On the surface, everything may look fine. They are doing what is expected, following a path that seems acceptable, and living a life that appears normal. But beneath that surface, there is a constant tension, a feeling that something is not right, a sense that they are moving, but not in the direction that truly belongs to them. This is what happens when your outer life does not match your inner truth. When your actions are guided by pressure, fear, or expectation rather than awareness, you begin to experience a quiet form of suffering. It is not always loud or dramatic. It does not always break you immediately. Instead, it slowly drains you. It creates confusion, restlessness, and a deep sense of dissatisfaction that cannot be explained by external circumstances alone. Buddhism points directly to this condition and offers a powerful insight. Peace does not come from controlling the outside world. It comes from aligning with what is true within you. Inner alignment is not about perfection. It is about honesty. It is about living in a way where your thoughts, your actions, and your values are not in conflict with each other. When you are not aligned, even small decisions feel heavy. You overthink simple choices. You hesitate, you doubt, you second-guess yourself constantly. You feel pulled in different directions because one part of you wants one thing, while another part is trying to satisfy expectations that do not truly belong to you. This inner division creates stress, and over time, it weakens your clarity and your confidence. You may notice this in your daily life. There are moments when you say yes to something, even though every part of you wants to say no. There are times when you follow a path because it looks right to others, even though it feels empty to you. There are decisions you make not because they are meaningful, but because they are safe. And each of these moments, small as they may seem, moves you further away from yourself. But the moment you begin to move toward alignment, everything starts to change. And this change does not happen suddenly. It begins with awareness. It begins with you becoming honest enough to admit what you truly feel, what you truly want, and what no longer feels right for you. This honesty can be uncomfortable because it requires you to face parts of your life that you may have been ignoring. It requires you to question choices you have already made. It requires you to let go of certain expectations, certain identities, and sometimes even certain relationships that were built on a version of you that is no longer true. But this discomfort is necessary, because without it, you remain divided within yourself, and a divided mind can never be at peace. As you continue this process, you begin to make small changes. You start choosing differently. You start acting in ways that feel more honest, more real. You begin to say what you truly mean. You begin to do what actually matters to you, even if it is not understood by others. At first, these changes may feel uncertain. You may wonder if you are making the right choices. You may fear judgment. You may feel like you are stepping into the unknown. But slowly, something begins to shift inside you. The noise in your mind starts to reduce. The constant overthinking begins to fade. Decisions that once felt complicated start to feel clear. You no longer feel the need to justify every step you take, because your actions are no longer driven by external pressure, but by internal clarity. This is the beginning of inner alignment, and as this alignment deepens, your entire experience of life begins to transform. Challenges do not disappear, but they feel different. Instead of feeling like burdens, they begin to feel like part of your growth. You handle situations with more calm, more awareness, and more stability. You are no longer easily shaken, because you are no longer divided within yourself. There is also a new kind of energy that begins to emerge. When you are aligned, you are not wasting energy trying to be someone you are not. You are not constantly adjusting yourself to fit into expectations. That energy returns to you, and it becomes focus, clarity, and strength. You begin to move with purpose, not because you have everything figured out, but because you are no longer confused about who you are. There is a quiet confidence that comes from this, a confidence that does not need validation. It is not loud, it is not forced, but it is deeply stable. Buddhism teaches that true peace is not found in controlling the world, but in understanding the self. And inner alignment is a direct expression of that understanding. It is the result of observing your mind, letting go of what is false, and choosing what is true again and again. This does not mean that your path will always be easy. There will still be uncertainty. There will still be moments of doubt. But the difference is that you are no longer lost in those moments. You are aware of them. You are grounded in something deeper than temporary emotions or external opinions. And this is where real freedom begins. Because when your life is aligned with your true self, you are no longer dependent on external conditions to feel stable. You are no longer searching for constant reassurance. You are no longer chasing a version of life that was never meant for you. Instead, you are living in a way that feels whole, a way that feels honest, a way that feels deeply connected to who you are. And in that state, even ordinary moments begin to feel meaningful. Even simple actions carry a sense of purpose. Because you are not just going through life, you are fully present in it. This is the power of inner alignment. It is not about becoming perfect, it is about becoming real. It is about removing the layers of expectation, fear, and imitation until what remains is something simple, clear, and true. And once you reach this state, you no longer need to constantly question your path. Because your path is no longer something outside of you, it is something that flows naturally from within you. You are no longer trying to become someone else. You are finally becoming yourself. 7. The power of walking alone. Your path is your greatest strength. There comes a moment in life, often quiet and unnoticed, when you begin to realize that no one is coming to show you the way. No one is going to fully understand your vision, your struggles, or the path you feel pulled toward. And at first, this realization can feel heavy. It can feel like abandonment. It can feel like you are being left behind while everyone else seems to move together with certainty. But what most people fail to understand is that this moment is not a loss. It is a beginning. It is the moment where you are invited to stop depending on others for direction and start discovering the strength that exists within you. Walking alone is not about isolating yourself from the world. It is not about rejecting people or becoming distant. It is about no longer relying on others to define your path. It is about standing in your own understanding, even when it is not supported, even when it is not validated, and even when it is not visible to anyone else. Most people are afraid of this. They fear being alone not because they lack ability, but because they have never learned to trust themselves. They have been conditioned to follow, to seek approval, to move only when others are moving. So when that external guidance disappears, they feel lost. But Buddhism teaches something deeply powerful. Everything you are searching for externally already exists within you. The clarity, the direction, the strength, the resilience, all of it is already there. The only reason you cannot see it is because your attention has always been focused outward. When you begin to walk alone, your attention shifts inward. And this shift changes everything. At first, it feels uncomfortable. Without constant noise, without constant input from others, you are left alone with your thoughts. You begin to notice how much your mind seeks distraction, how much it wants validation, how much it fears uncertainty. This stage can feel overwhelming, and many people turn back here, choosing the comfort of the crowd over the discomfort of self-discovery. But if you stay with it, if you allow yourself to sit with that silence instead of escaping it, something begins to happen. You start to understand your mind. You begin to see your patterns, your fears, your habits, and your reactions more clearly. You are no longer distracted by what others are doing, so your awareness becomes sharper, deeper, and more focused. And with this awareness comes clarity. You begin to recognize what truly matters to you, not what was taught to you, not what was expected of you, but what genuinely aligns with your inner truth. Your decisions start to feel more intentional. Your actions start to carry more meaning. You are no longer moving randomly or reacting impulsively. You are moving with understanding. This is where walking alone transforms from something uncomfortable into something powerful. Because now, you are no longer dependent on external direction. You are not waiting for someone to approve your choices. You are not comparing your progress with others. You are not adjusting your path based on what is popular or accepted. Instead, you are moving based on your own awareness. And this creates a level of strength that cannot be easily shaken. When you rely on others for direction, your confidence is fragile. It depends on their approval, their presence, their agreement. But when you learn to walk alone, your confidence comes from within. It is built on your own experience, your own understanding, your own ability to navigate life. This kind of confidence is different. It is not loud. It does not need to prove itself. It is quiet, steady, and deeply rooted. You begin to trust yourself. You trust your decisions, even when they are uncertain. You trust your ability to handle challenges, even when they are difficult. You trust your path, even when it is unclear. And this trust becomes your foundation. Life will still bring challenges. There will still be moments of doubt, moments of fear, moments where the path ahead is not obvious. But the difference now is that you are not overwhelmed by these moments. You do not collapse under pressure. You do not lose yourself in confusion. Instead, you stay grounded. You observe. You adapt. You continue moving forward. Because you know that no matter what happens, you have the ability to figure it out. Walking alone also frees you from comparison. When you are constantly surrounded by others' paths, it is easy to feel behind, to feel inadequate, to feel like you are not doing enough. But when you are focused on your own path, these comparisons lose their power. You begin to understand that your journey is not meant to look like anyone else's. Your timing is different. Your experiences are different. Your direction is different. And that is not a disadvantage. It is your uniqueness. Instead of feeling pressured, you feel free. Free to grow at your own pace. Free to explore your own interests. Free to make mistakes and learn from them without constantly judging yourself. And in this freedom, your growth becomes more authentic. It is no longer driven by competition or comparison, but by genuine understanding and intention. Another powerful transformation happens when you walk alone. You become more present. When you are not constantly distracted by others, you begin to experience life more deeply. You notice things you never noticed before. You become more aware of your surroundings, your thoughts, your emotions. You are no longer rushing to keep up. You are fully engaged in your own journey. This presence brings a sense of peace, not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer resisting your path. You are no longer wishing to be somewhere else or someone else. You are fully where you are, doing what you are meant to do. And this is where true fulfillment begins. Not in reaching a destination, not in achieving something external, but in being aligned with your own path as you walk it. Buddhism teaches that attachment is the root of suffering, and one of the deepest attachments people have is the need to not be alone. They hold on to people, opinions, and validation because they fear what they might face if they stand on their own. But the truth is, the moment you release this attachment, you do not become empty, you become whole. You realize that being alone does not mean being incomplete, it means being self-sufficient. It means being connected to yourself in a way that does not require constant external support. And from this place, your relationships also change. You no longer depend on others to fill a void. You no longer seek people to validate your worth. Instead, you connect with others from a place of strength, not need. Your relationships become healthier, more balanced, and more genuine. Because you are not trying to gain something, you are simply sharing who you are. This is the true power of walking alone. It is not about isolation, it is about independence. It is about discovering that you are enough, that you are capable, that you are stronger than you believed. And once you realize this, your entire perspective shifts. You no longer fear the path ahead, even if it is uncertain. You no longer hesitate to take steps that others may not understand. You no longer hold yourself back just because you are the only one moving in that direction, because you understand something most people never realize. Your path was never meant to be crowded. It was meant to be yours. And the moment you fully accept this, the moment you stop resisting the idea of walking alone, you step into a level of strength and clarity that cannot be taken away from you. You are no longer searching for direction. You are no longer waiting for someone to lead you. You are no longer afraid of standing apart. You become the one who walks forward, not because it is easy, not because it is popular, but because it is true. And in that truth, you find something deeper than success, deeper than validation, deeper than anything external. You find yourself. 8. The silent growth, why real transformation happens when no one is watching. There is a phase in every meaningful journey that feels invisible, a phase where nothing seems to be happening on the outside, where there is no recognition, no validation, no clear sign that you are moving forward. And this is the phase where most people lose faith and give up. Not because they are incapable, but because they have been conditioned to expect visible results too quickly, to measure progress through external proof, and to believe that growth only counts when it can be seen by others. But the truth that Buddhism points toward is very different. Real transformation is not loud. It does not announce itself. It does not happen in front of an audience. It happens quietly, internally, and often in ways that are not immediately visible. It happens in the moments when you choose discipline over distraction, when you choose awareness over reaction, when you choose patience over impulsiveness, even when no one is there to notice or appreciate it. This is what makes silent growth so powerful and also so difficult. Because without external feedback, without immediate results, your mind begins to question everything. It tells you that you are wasting your time, that nothing is changing, that you should stop and return to what feels comfortable and familiar. You may find yourself looking around, seeing others who appear to be moving faster, achieving more, gaining recognition, and you start to doubt your own path. You begin to think that maybe you are behind, maybe you are doing something wrong, maybe your efforts are not enough. But what you do not see is the deeper layer of growth that is happening within you. You do not see the way your mind is becoming stronger, the way your awareness is becoming clearer, the way your habits are slowly shaping a new version of you. Growth is not always visible, but it is always happening when you are consistent. Think of a seed planted in the ground. For a long time, Nothing appears on the surface. It looks like nothing is happening. But beneath the soil, something powerful is taking place. The roots are growing deeper, stronger, preparing for what will eventually emerge. If you judge the seed only by what you can see, you would think it is failing. But in reality, it is building the foundation for its growth. Your life works in the same way. When you are building yourself, much of your progress happens internally before it becomes visible externally. You are developing discipline, patience, focus, and resilience. You are learning how to manage your thoughts, how to respond instead of react, how to stay consistent even when motivation disappears. These changes are not immediately visible, but they are essential, because without them, any external success you achieve will not be stable. Buddhism emphasizes the importance of inner transformation over outer appearance. It teaches that what happens within your mind determines how you experience everything outside of it. If your mind is unstable, no amount of external success will bring you peace. But if your mind is stable, even difficult situations become manageable. This is why silent growth matters so much. It is not just about achieving something. It is about becoming someone who can sustain what they achieve. But this path requires patience, and patience is something most people struggle with. In a world that moves fast, that rewards instant results, it is easy to feel frustrated when your progress is slow. It is easy to compare your journey with others and feel like you are not doing enough. This is where you must remind yourself of a deeper truth. Your journey is not meant to look like anyone else's. When you focus too much on what others are achieving, you lose sight of what you are building. You start chasing outcomes instead of developing yourself. And when you do that, you sacrifice long-term growth for short-term validation. Silent growth asks you to do the opposite. It asks you to focus on the process, not the outcome. It asks you to trust that every small action you take is contributing to something greater, even if you cannot see it yet. There will be days when you feel like nothing is changing, days when you question your efforts, days when you feel like stopping. But these are the moments that matter the most, because growth is not built on the days when everything feels easy. It is built on the days when you continue despite difficulty, when you show up despite doubt, when you move forward even when you cannot see the result. Each time you do this, you strengthen your mind. You build resilience. You create a version of yourself that does not depend on external motivation or recognition, and over time, something begins to shift. The small changes that were once invisible start becoming visible. Your thinking becomes clearer. Your reactions become calmer. Your actions become more intentional. You begin to notice that you are handling situations differently, that you are no longer controlled by the same patterns that once held you back. This is the result of silent growth. It is not sudden, it is not dramatic, but it is real. And when this transformation reaches the surface, it often appears effortless to others. They see the result, but they do not see the process. They see the strength, but they do not see the struggle. They see the clarity, but they do not see the confusion you had to overcome to reach it. This is why you must not rely on external validation to measure your progress, because the most important changes in your life will happen in ways that others cannot see. Walking your own path means accepting this reality. It means being willing to grow in silence, to work in silence, to transform in silence. It means understanding that not everything valuable needs to be seen, shared, or recognized immediately. In fact, some of the most powerful growth happens when no one is watching, because in those moments, you are not performing for anyone, you are not seeking approval, you are not trying to impress, you are simply becoming. And this kind of growth is pure. It is not influenced by external pressure. It is not shaped by comparison. It is guided by your own awareness and intention. Over time, this creates a deep sense of confidence, not the kind that comes from external praise, but the kind that comes from knowing your own journey, from understanding your own effort, from trusting your own process. You no longer need others to confirm your progress, because you can feel it within yourself. And this is where true strength lies, because when your confidence comes from within, it cannot be easily shaken. It does not disappear when someone criticizes you. It does not depend on constant success. It remains steady, even in difficult moments. Buddhism teaches that attachment to results creates suffering, and silent growth is a practice of letting go of that attachment. It is a way of focusing on what you can control, your actions, your effort, your awareness, rather than obsessing over outcomes that take time to unfold. When you adopt this mindset, your relationship with growth changes. You stop rushing, you stop forcing, you stop feeling like you are falling behind. Instead, you move with patience, you trust your pace, you respect your process, and in doing so, you create a life that is not only successful on the outside, but also stable and peaceful on the inside. This is the true power of silent growth. It teaches you that transformation does not need to be loud to be real. It does not need to be fast to be meaningful. It does not need to be seen to be valuable. All it needs is consistency, awareness, and the willingness to continue even when no one is watching. And if you can stay committed to this path, if you can trust the process even when it feels slow, you will eventually reach a point where everything begins to make sense. You will see how far you have come. You will recognize the strength you have built. You will understand that every moment of doubt, every moment of patience, every moment of silent effort was shaping you into who you are becoming. And in that realization, you will find a deep sense of fulfillment. Not because others see your growth, but because you know it is real, because you lived it, because you built it, and because you never gave up on it, even when it was invisible. 9. The discipline of letting go, why growth, requires releasing what no longer serves you. There is a truth that most people resist, not because it is complicated, but because it is uncomfortable. The truth is that you cannot build a new life while holding on to everything from your old one. You cannot move forward while constantly looking backward. You cannot become a new version of yourself while protecting the habits, attachments, and patterns that belong to who you used to be. Yet this is exactly what most people try to do. They want growth, but they do not want to let go. They want change, but they hold tightly to what is familiar. They want a different life, but they keep repeating the same behaviors, thinking the same thoughts, and staying connected to the same influences that keep them where they are. Buddhism teaches that attachment is the root of suffering, and this attachment is not limited to people or possessions. It includes your identity, your past, your habits, your beliefs, and even your emotional patterns. You become attached to what you know, even if it is not good for you, simply because it is familiar. And familiarity creates a false sense of comfort. It makes you feel safe, even when it is slowly holding you back. It convinces you to stay the same, even when a part of you knows that you need to change. It whispers that letting go is risky, that moving forward is uncertain, that holding on is easier. But what it does not tell you is that holding on comes with a cost. Every time you hold on to something that no longer serves you, you limit your growth. You carry unnecessary weight. You drain your energy. You keep yourself connected to a version of life that no longer aligns with who you are becoming. Letting go is not about loss. It is about making space. It is about creating room for something new to enter your life. It is about removing what is outdated so that what is meaningful can take its place. But this process requires discipline because letting go is not a one-time decision. It is something you must practice again and again. You will notice it in your daily life. There are thoughts that repeat themselves, negative, limiting, and unnecessary, that you continue to hold on to. There are habits that you know are not helping you, but you keep returning to them because they are easy. There are situations and influences that drain you, but you stay connected to them out of comfort or fear of change. Each of these is an opportunity to practice letting go. But letting go is not as simple as deciding to drop something. It requires awareness first. You must be able to see clearly what is no longer serving you. You must be honest enough to admit that certain patterns, certain attachments, certain behaviors are holding you back. This honesty can be difficult, because it often requires you to confront parts of yourself that you would rather avoid. It requires you to accept responsibility instead of placing blame. It requires you to recognize that the things you are holding on to are not just happening to you, but are being maintained by you. Once you reach this level of awareness, the process of letting go begins. And this is where discipline becomes essential, because your mind will resist. It will try to pull you back into familiar patterns. It will remind you of the comfort, the ease, the temporary relief that comes from holding on. This resistance is natural. It is part of the process. But you must learn to move through it. You must learn to sit with the discomfort of letting go instead of escaping it. You must learn to tolerate the uncertainty that comes with change, instead of running back to what feels safe. You must learn to trust that what you are releasing is making space for something better, even if you cannot see it yet. This is where real growth happens, not in the moments when everything feels easy, but in the moments when you choose to let go, despite the discomfort. When you choose to release a habit that has been part of your life for years. When you choose to stop engaging with thoughts that have defined your mindset. When you choose to walk away from what no longer aligns with your path. Each time you do this, you strengthen yourself, you build resilience, you build clarity. You build a deeper understanding of who you are and who you are becoming. Over time, letting go becomes easier, not because it stops being uncomfortable, but because you begin to see its value. You begin to experience the lightness that comes from releasing unnecessary weight. You begin to notice how much energy you regain when you are not constantly holding on to what no longer serves you. This energy can then be redirected toward building yourself, toward developing new habits, new perspectives, new ways of living that align with your path. And as this process continues, you begin to transform. You are no longer defined by your past. You are no longer controlled by old patterns. You are no longer stuck in cycles that keep repeating. You become someone who is capable of change, someone who is not afraid to release what is outdated, someone who is not attached to a fixed identity, someone who understands that growth is a continuous process of letting go and rebuilding. Buddhism emphasizes impermanence, the idea that everything is constantly changing. When you resist this truth, you suffer, because you try to hold on to what is meant to change. But when you accept it, you move with life instead of against it. Letting go becomes a natural part of your journey. You stop trying to control everything. You stop trying to preserve what no longer fits. You begin to trust the process of change, and in that trust, you find freedom. Freedom from the weight of the past, freedom from the patterns that once controlled you, freedom from the attachments that limited your growth. This freedom is not empty. It is full of possibility, because when you let go, you create space. And in that space, new opportunities, new perspectives, and new versions of yourself can emerge. Walking your own path requires this discipline, because your path will constantly ask you to evolve. It will ask you to release what is no longer aligned, to step into the unknown, to grow beyond who you used to be. If you resist this, you remain stuck. But if you embrace it, you continue to grow. And this is the deeper truth. Growth is not just about adding more to your life. It is about removing what is unnecessary. It is about simplifying. It is about refining. It is about becoming more of who you truly are by letting go of everything that you are not. When you understand this, your entire perspective changes. You no longer fear letting go. You no longer see it as loss. You see it as transformation. You begin to ask yourself, not what can I gain, but what do I need to release to move forward? And this question becomes a powerful tool for growth, because each time you answer it honestly, each time you act on it, you take another step toward becoming the person you are meant to be. This is the discipline of letting go. It is not easy. It requires awareness, honesty, and courage. But it is essential, because without letting go, there is no space for growth, and without growth, there is no path forward. But when you learn to release what no longer serves you, when you practice letting go again and again, you begin to experience a different kind of life. A life that is lighter, a life that is clearer, a life that is not weighed down by the past, but open to the future. And in that life, you are no longer just existing, you are evolving. 10. Becoming unshakable when your path becomes stronger than any obstacle. There comes a stage in your journey where everything you have been building begins to be tested, not in a small or comfortable way, but in a way that forces you to confront yourself at the deepest level. This is the stage where many people either break or transform. It is the stage where your discipline, your awareness, your patience, and your commitment are no longer ideas. They are put into real situations that demand strength. Up until this point, growth may have felt internal. You have been working on yourself, developing new habits, shifting your mindset, learning to walk your own path. But now, life begins to challenge that growth. Unexpected problems appear. Situations become difficult. People may doubt you, misunderstand you, or even oppose you. And in these moments, you are faced with a choice: to return to your old patterns or to stand firm in who you have become. Most people do not fail because they lack knowledge. They fail because they cannot remain consistent when things become difficult. It is easy to stay calm when life is smooth. It is easy to stay disciplined when you feel motivated. It is easy to believe in your path when everything seems to be working. But true strength is revealed when none of these conditions are present. Buddhism teaches that life is filled with change, uncertainty, and challenge. Trying to avoid difficulty is not the path to peace. Learning how to remain stable within difficulty is. This is where the idea of becoming unshakable begins. Being unshakable does not mean that you never feel fear, doubt, or frustration. It does not mean that you are unaffected by what happens around you. It means that these things no longer control you. It means that even when your mind is challenged, you do not lose yourself. You do not collapse into old habits. You do not abandon your path. This level of stability is built over time. It is the result of everything you have practiced: your discipline, your awareness, your ability to let go, your ability to walk alone, your ability to align with yourself. Each of these has been preparing you for this stage. When a difficult situation arises, your first reaction may still be emotional. You may feel anger, fear, or confusion. But the difference now is that you are aware of it. You do not immediately act on it. You pause. You observe. You give yourself space before responding. This pause is powerful because in that moment, you are no longer reacting unconsciously. You are choosing your response. You are stepping out of automatic patterns and into awareness. And each time you do this, you strengthen your control over yourself. Over time, this becomes natural. Challenges that once overwhelmed you no longer have the same effect. Situations that once caused stress now feel manageable. You begin to see problems differently, not as obstacles that stop you, but as experiences that shape you. This shift in perspective is what makes you unshakable. You no longer expect life to be easy. You no longer rely on perfect conditions. You understand that difficulty is part of the journey, and instead of resisting it, you work with it. When something goes wrong, you do not panic. You do not lose direction. You take a step back, you observe, and you move forward with clarity. When people doubt you, you do not feel the need to prove yourself. You stay focused on your path. When progress feels slow, you do not give up. You continue, knowing that growth is not always visible. This consistency is what builds true strength, and as this strength develops, your relationship with life begins to change. You stop fearing failure because you understand that failure is not the end. It is part of the process. You stop fearing uncertainty because you trust your ability to handle whatever comes. You stop fearing judgment because your direction is no longer controlled by others. Instead of being controlled by circumstances, you become someone who can move through them. This does not mean that life becomes perfect. There will still be difficult moments. There will still be setbacks. But the difference is that these moments no longer define you. You remain stable. You remain focused. You remain committed to your path. This is what it means to become unshakable. It is not about avoiding difficulty. It is about developing the strength to face it without losing yourself. Buddhism often speaks of the mind as something that can either be your greatest ally or your greatest obstacle. When your mind is unstable, every challenge feels overwhelming. But when your mind is trained, when it is calm, aware, and disciplined, even the most difficult situations can be handled with clarity. This is why the work you have been doing is so important. It is not just about improving your life on the surface. It is about building a foundation that can support you in any situation. And once this foundation is strong, you begin to experience a new kind of confidence. Not the kind that depends on success, but the kind that comes from knowing that you can handle failure. Not the kind that depends on approval, but the kind that comes from trusting yourself. This confidence is quiet, but it is powerful. You no longer feel the need to constantly prove yourself. You no longer seek validation. You no longer compare your path with others. You simply continue. And this is where your path becomes your strength, because your path is no longer something you are uncertain about. It is something you are committed to. It is something you have built through effort, awareness, and persistence. No matter what happens, you continue walking. Even when it is difficult, even when it is unclear, even when no one else understands it, because you know that this path is yours, and that understanding gives you a level of stability that cannot be taken away. You are no longer easily influenced. You are no longer easily shaken. You are no longer easily stopped. You have become someone who can move forward regardless of conditions. And this is the final transformation. Not becoming perfect, not becoming fearless, but becoming steady, becoming grounded, becoming someone who remains true to their path, no matter what life brings. When you reach this point, you realize something important. The obstacles you once feared are no longer barriers. They are part of your growth. The challenges you once avoided are now opportunities to strengthen yourself. The uncertainty you once resisted is now something you can move through with awareness. And in this realization, you find a deep sense of peace. Not because life is easy, but because you are strong. Not because everything goes your way, but because you can handle whatever comes your way. This is what it means to become unshakable. It is the result of everything you have built. It is the reward of walking your own path. And once you reach this level, you no longer ask, "Can I handle this?" Because you already know the answer. You can. 11. The freedom of self-mastery, when you no longer depend on anything outside you. There is a level of freedom that most people talk about, but very few truly experience. It is not the freedom of having unlimited choices, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, and not the freedom that comes from external success or material gain. It is a deeper kind of freedom, a quiet and powerful state where you are no longer controlled by your impulses, your emotions, or your dependence on the outside world. This is the freedom of self-mastery. Most people believe they are free, but if you look closely, their lives are guided by forces they do not control. They are driven by their moods, pulled by their desires, affected by other people's opinions, and influenced by circumstances that change constantly. One moment they feel motivated, the next moment they feel lost. One moment they feel confident, the next moment they doubt everything. Their sense of self is unstable because it depends on things that are outside their control. Buddhism teaches that true freedom does not come from controlling the world, but from understanding and mastering the mind. Because no matter where you go, no matter what you achieve, you carry your mind with you. If your mind is unstable, your life will feel unstable, regardless of your external situation. But if your mind is steady, aware, and disciplined, you can experience peace even in the middle of chaos. Self-mastery begins with awareness. It begins with the simple but powerful act of observing yourself. Observing your thoughts, your reactions, your habits, your patterns. Most people go through life reacting automatically, without ever pausing to see what is happening inside them. They get angry without understanding why. They feel anxious without questioning their thoughts. They follow impulses without realizing where those impulses are coming from. But the moment you begin to observe, everything changes. You start to notice patterns that were invisible before. You begin to see how certain thoughts lead to certain emotions, how certain situations trigger automatic reactions, how your mind creates stories that influence your behavior. And with this awareness comes a new possibility, the possibility to choose differently. This is where self-mastery truly begins. It is not about suppressing your emotions or forcing yourself to be someone you are not. It is about creating space between your experience and your response. It is about learning to pause instead of reacting, to observe instead of being controlled, to respond with intention instead of impulse. At first, this can feel difficult. Your mind is used to reacting quickly, to following familiar patterns, to seeking immediate comfort. When you try to slow down and observe, it may feel uncomfortable. You may feel restless. You may feel the urge to go back to your old ways. But if you stay with the practice, if you continue to observe without judgment, you begin to develop control. Not control over the world, but control over yourself. You begin to notice that you do not have to follow every thought that enters your mind. You do not have to act on every emotion that arises. You do not have to respond to every situation immediately. You have a choice. And this realization is powerful, because once you understand that you have a choice, you are no longer a prisoner of your impulses. You are no longer controlled by temporary feelings. You are no longer dependent on external conditions to feel stable. This is the beginning of true freedom. As you continue this process, your relationship with yourself begins to change. You become more patient, more aware, more intentional. You stop reacting to everything around you and start responding with clarity. When something triggers you, you pause. You observe the reaction instead of immediately acting on it. You allow the emotion to rise and fall without letting it control you. This does not mean that you stop feeling. It means that your feelings no longer dominate you. You begin to develop emotional stability, and with this stability comes a deeper sense of peace, because you are no longer constantly pulled in different directions by your emotions. You are no longer at the mercy of your thoughts. You are grounded in something deeper, something more stable, something that does not change with every situation. This is where self-mastery becomes visible in your life. Your decisions become clearer, your actions become more consistent, your behavior becomes more aligned with your values. You are no longer acting based on impulse or pressure. You are acting based on awareness. And this creates a strong foundation for your life, because when you are in control of yourself, you are not easily influenced by others. You are not easily distracted. You are not easily shaken by external events. You become stable, and this stability allows you to move through life with confidence. Not the kind of confidence that needs to prove itself, but the kind that comes from knowing that you can handle yourself in any situation. You trust your ability to think clearly, to act wisely, to remain calm under pressure. And this trust removes a lot of fear from your life, because fear often comes from uncertainty, from not knowing how you will respond to difficult situations. But when you have self-mastery, you know that no matter what happens, you will not lose control. You will not collapse into chaos. You will remain steady. This does not mean that life becomes easy. There will still be challenges, difficulties, unexpected situations. But the difference is that you are no longer overwhelmed by them. You face them with clarity. You move through them with awareness. You handle them with stability. And over time, this changes your entire experience of life. You are no longer dependent on external success to feel fulfilled. You are no longer chasing constant pleasure or avoiding discomfort. You are no longer trying to control everything around you. Instead, you are focused on what you can control, yourself. And this focus creates a deep sense of freedom, because when you are not dependent on external conditions, you are not limited by them. You can be at peace in different situations. You can adapt to change. You can handle uncertainty. You are free. Buddhism teaches that attachment creates suffering, and one of the deepest attachments people have is the need for control over things they cannot control. They want life to go a certain way, people to behave a certain way, situations to unfold according to their expectations. But life does not work that way, and when you try to control what is uncontrollable, you create frustration, stress, and dissatisfaction. Self-mastery offers a different path. Instead of trying to control everything outside, you learn to control what is inside. Instead of resisting reality, you learn to work with it. Instead of reacting to every change, you remain stable within it. This shift is what creates true freedom, because now your peace does not depend on the world, it depends on your awareness. Your stability does not depend on circumstances, it depends on your discipline. Your happiness does not depend on others, it depends on your understanding. And this kind of independence is powerful. You are no longer controlled by external forces. You are guided by your own awareness. You are no longer dependent on constant validation. You are grounded in your own understanding. You are no longer searching for freedom. You are living it. This is the freedom of self-mastery. It is not something you achieve overnight. It is something you build, moment by moment, through awareness, discipline, and consistent practice. But once you begin to experience it, even in small ways, you realize how powerful it is. You realize that true freedom is not about escaping life. It is about mastering yourself within it. And once you reach this level, you no longer feel controlled by anything outside you, because everything you need is already within you, and you have learned how to use it. 12. The ultimate realization: you were always meant to walk your own path. There is a moment in every deep journey of self-discovery where everything begins to come together, not in a loud or dramatic way, but in a quiet and undeniable understanding that settles within you. It is the moment where confusion begins to dissolve, where doubt starts to lose its grip, and where the constant need to search outside of yourself begins to fade. This moment does not arrive suddenly, and it does not come from a single event. It is the result of everything you have experienced, everything you have questioned, everything you have struggled with, and everything you have slowly begun to understand. It is the realization that you were never meant to live someone else's life. For most of your life, you may not have seen this clearly. You may have followed paths that were given to you, accepted ideas that were never questioned, and made decisions based on what felt safe, acceptable, or expected. You may have believed that if you just did what others were doing, If you just stayed within what was considered normal, everything would eventually make sense. But somewhere along the way, something began to feel off. Even if everything looked fine on the outside, there was a quiet feeling within you that something was missing, something was not fully aligned, something was not truly yours. This feeling is not a mistake. It is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a signal that you are meant for something different, something that cannot be found by simply following the crowd, something that requires you to look deeper, to question more, and to step away from what is familiar. Buddhism teaches that much of human suffering comes from ignorance. Not ignorance in the sense of lacking knowledge, but ignorance in the sense of not seeing clearly, not seeing the nature of the self, not seeing the patterns of the mind, not seeing the attachments that keep you stuck. For a long time, you may have been unaware of how much of your life was shaped by external influence. You may not have noticed how your thoughts were influenced by others, how your decisions were guided by fear or expectation, how your identity was built around things that were never truly yours. But as you begin to develop awareness, this ignorance starts to fade. You begin to see more clearly. You begin to notice the patterns, the habits, the attachments that have been shaping your life. You begin to understand why you felt the way you did, why certain things never felt right, why certain paths never fully satisfied you. And with this understanding comes a powerful shift. You stop blaming your circumstances. You stop waiting for clarity to come from outside. You stop expecting life to show you the way without your participation. Instead, you begin to take responsibility. You begin to realize that your path is not something that will be handed to you. It is something you must create, something you must walk, something you must build through your own awareness and effort. This realization can feel overwhelming at first, because it removes the illusion of certainty. It takes away the idea that there is a single, clear path that everyone follows. It shows you that your journey is unique, that your direction is not guaranteed, that you must figure things out as you move forward. But at the same time, it is incredibly freeing. Because once you understand this, you are no longer trapped by comparison. You are no longer limited by expectations. You are no longer waiting for permission. You are free to explore, free to make mistakes, free to grow in your own way, free to live a life that is not defined by others, but by your own understanding. This is the ultimate realization. Your path is not meant to look like anyone else's. And this is not a disadvantage. It is your greatest strength, because it means that your life is not limited by predefined boundaries. It means that you are not confined to a single direction. It means that you have the ability to create something that is truly yours. But this requires courage. It requires you to trust yourself, even when you are uncertain. It requires you to continue moving forward, even when the path is not clear. It requires you to stay committed to your growth, even when it is difficult. And most importantly, it requires you to let go of the need to be understood by everyone, because not everyone will understand your path. Not everyone will see your vision. Not everyone will support your decisions, and that is okay, because your path is not meant for everyone. It is meant for you. As you continue walking this path, you begin to notice something else. You begin to feel more at peace. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer fighting yourself. You are no longer trying to fit into something that does not align with you. You are no longer forcing yourself into directions that feel wrong. You are simply being. You are simply moving in a way that feels true. And this creates a deep sense of fulfillment. A fulfillment that is not dependent on external success. A fulfillment that is not tied to comparison or validation. A fulfillment that comes from knowing that you are living your life in alignment with who you truly are. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of agreed, returning to your true nature, not in the sense of finding something new, but in the sense of removing what is false. Removing the layers of conditioning, the layers of expectation, the layers of fear that have been placed on top of you. When these layers begin to fall away, what remains is something simple, something clear, something real. And in that simplicity, you find clarity. You no longer feel the need to constantly question your direction. You no longer feel lost in the same way. You may not have all the answers, but you have something more important. You have understanding. You understand yourself. You understand your path. You understand that growth is a continuous process, not a final destination. And this understanding allows you to move forward with confidence. Not the kind of confidence that is loud or aggressive, but the kind that is quiet, steady, and deeply rooted. You trust yourself. You trust your ability to navigate life. You trust your path, even when it is uncertain. And this trust removes a lot of fear from your life, because you are no longer afraid of making mistakes. You are no longer afraid of taking the wrong path. You understand that every experience is part of your journey, that every step you take is contributing to your growth. This is the point where everything changes. You are no longer searching for your path, you are living it. You are no longer trying to become someone else, you are becoming yourself. And this is the ultimate freedom. Not freedom from life, but freedom within it. Freedom from comparison, freedom from expectation, freedom from the need to follow. You are no longer looking outside for direction, you are looking within, and that is where your path has always been. It was never hidden, it was never out of reach, it was always there, waiting for you to see it, waiting for you to trust it, waiting for you to walk it. And now, you finally do. 13. The endless path why becoming yourself is a journey that never ends. There is a final illusion that quietly follows people even after they begin their journey of self-growth, and it is the belief that one day they will arrive, that one day they will reach a point where everything is complete, where there is no more confusion, no more struggle, no more need to grow, and life finally settles into a perfect and permanent state of clarity. This idea is comforting, but it is also deeply misleading, because it creates a false expectation that growth has an end point, that becoming yourself is something you eventually finish. But the deeper truth that Buddhism reveals is far more profound and far more liberating, and that truth is that your path does not end. Your growth does not stop, and your evolution as a person is not something that can ever be fully completed. You are not a fixed identity moving toward a final version of yourself. You are a constantly changing process, shaped by every experience, every insight, every decision, and every moment of awareness that unfolds throughout your life. At first, this realization can feel overwhelming because it removes the idea of a final destination. It takes away the sense of certainty that comes from believing that one day everything will be fully resolved. But if you look deeper, you begin to see that this is not a loss, it is a form of freedom, because it means you are not limited to a single version of yourself. You are not confined to a fixed identity, and you are not trapped by the pressure of having to figure everything out once and for all. You are allowed to grow, to change, to evolve, again and again. When people believe that growth has an endpoint, they often become frustrated. They expect that after a certain amount of effort, they should no longer struggle, no longer feel doubt, no longer face challenges. And when those challenges inevitably appear, they think something is wrong. They think they have failed. They think they are not progressing. But in reality, those challenges are not signs of failure. They are part of the process. Each stage of your growth brings new levels of awareness, and with that awareness comes new challenges that you were not able to see before. The problems you face today are different from the ones you faced in the past, not because you are stuck, but because you have grown beyond your previous level of understanding. Buddhism teaches the idea of impermanence, the understanding that everything is constantly changing, that nothing remains the same, that life is in a continuous state of movement. This includes you, your thoughts, your beliefs, your identity, your understanding of the world. All of it is constantly evolving. When you resist this change, you create suffering because you try to hold on to a version of yourself that no longer fits. But when you accept it, you begin to move with life instead of against it. You begin to see your journey not as a straight line with a fixed destination, but as an unfolding path that reveals itself step by step. And this changes the way you approach everything. You stop rushing. You stop trying to force clarity. You stop expecting immediate answers. Instead, you become more patient, more open, more willing to explore and learn as you move forward. You begin to understand that not knowing is not a weakness, it is part of the process. You begin to trust that clarity will come through experience, through awareness, through consistent movement, not through waiting or overthinking. This trust allows you to relax into your journey. You no longer feel the need to control every outcome. You no longer feel anxious about the future. You are present with where you are, while still moving forward with intention. And this presence brings a deep sense of peace. Not because everything is certain, but because you are no longer resisting uncertainty. As you continue walking your path, you begin to notice something else. You begin to outgrow parts of your life. Ideas that once made sense no longer resonate with you. Habits that once felt normal begin to feel limiting. Even your own past version of yourself starts to feel distant, like something you have moved beyond. This is a natural part of growth, but it can also feel uncomfortable, because each time you outgrow something, you are faced with the need to let go, to release what no longer fits, and to step into something new that is not yet fully defined. This is where many people become stuck again. They hold on to what is familiar, even when it no longer aligns with them, because they fear the uncertainty of what comes next. But if you understand the nature of your path, you begin to see that this cycle is not a problem. It is the journey itself. You grow, you outgrow, you let go, you evolve again and again. And each time you move through this cycle, you become more aware, more refined, more aligned with your true self. This is why becoming yourself is not a single moment. It is a continuous process. There is no final version of you that you arrive at and remain forever. There is only the version of you that exists in this moment, shaped by everything you have experienced so far and open to everything you are still becoming. When you fully understand this, something powerful happens. You stop trying to hold on to a fixed identity. You stop defining yourself in rigid ways. You stop saying, "This is who I am, and this is who I will always be." Instead, you become flexible, open, and adaptable. You allow yourself to grow beyond your past. You allow yourself to change your perspective. You allow yourself to become something new without feeling like you are losing yourself, because you understand that you are not losing yourself. You are discovering deeper layers of who you are. This understanding also changes the way you see others. You become less judgmental because you realize that everyone is on their own path, at their own stage of growth. You understand that people act based on their level of awareness, and that just as you have changed over time, they are also capable of change. This creates a sense of compassion, not a passive acceptance of everything, but a deeper understanding of the human experience. You no longer expect perfection from yourself or from others. You understand that growth includes mistakes, confusion, and setbacks, and instead of resisting these things, you learn from them. This is the mindset that allows you to continue evolving without becoming stuck. Because you are no longer afraid of growth, you are no longer afraid of change, you are no longer afraid of the unknown. You see them as part of your path. Walking your own path requires this level of understanding. Because if you expect certainty, you will hesitate. If you expect perfection, you will become frustrated. If you expect a final destination, you will feel lost when you do not find it. But if you accept that your path is endless, that your growth is continuous, that your evolution is ongoing, you begin to move with a different kind of energy. You move with curiosity instead of fear. You move with patience instead of urgency. You move with awareness instead of confusion. And this changes everything, because now your focus is not on arriving, but on becoming. You are not chasing an end point. You are engaging with the process. You are not trying to complete yourself. You are continuously discovering yourself. And in this process, you begin to experience a deeper kind of fulfillment. Not the temporary satisfaction that comes from achieving something, but the lasting fulfillment that comes from growing, learning, and evolving. You begin to enjoy the journey itself. The challenges, the changes, the moments of clarity, the moments of confusion, all of it becomes part of your experience, not something you need to escape or rush through. And this is where true peace is found. Not in reaching a final destination, but in accepting the nature of your path. A path that is always moving, a path that is always changing, a path that is always inviting you to become more aware, more aligned, more yourself. This is the endless path. It does not end, because you do not end. You continue to grow, to change, to evolve, for as long as you are alive. And once you accept this, once you stop searching for a final answer and start embracing the process, you are no longer lost. You are exactly where you need to be, walking your path, becoming yourself, and continuing without fear, without resistance, and without the need to arrive. 14. The return to silence where your true path becomes clear. There is a stage in your journey where all the effort, all the searching, all the questioning begins to lead you back to something simple, something quiet, something that was always there but rarely noticed. After trying to figure everything out, after chasing clarity, after analyzing your path again and again, you begin to realize that the answers you were looking for were never hidden in complexity. They were hidden in silence. This is not the silence of isolation, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence that exists beneath all the noise of your mind. The silence that remains when you stop reacting to every thought, when you stop chasing every distraction, when you stop trying to control everything at once. It is in this silence that your true path begins to reveal itself, not as a loud instruction, but as a quiet understanding that feels steady and clear. Most people never reach this point because they are constantly surrounded by noise. Not just external noise, but internal noise as well. Their mind is always active, always thinking, always comparing, always worrying, always trying to figure out what comes next. Even when they are physically still, their mind is moving endlessly, jumping from one thought to another without rest. This constant movement creates confusion, because when your mind is always busy, you cannot hear anything clearly. Your thoughts overlap, your emotions mix together, your attention is scattered, and in that state, even simple decisions feel complicated. You overthink, you doubt, you hesitate. You look for answers outside because everything inside feels unclear. Buddhism teaches that the mind, when left untrained, becomes like a restless surface of water, constantly disturbed, unable to reflect anything clearly. But when the mind becomes still, even for a moment, it becomes like a calm lake, capable of reflecting reality as it is. This stillness is not something you find by forcing your mind to stop. It is something that arises when you stop feeding the noise, when you stop reacting to every thought, when you stop following every distraction, when you allow yourself to simply observe without needing to control or change what is happening. At first, this can feel uncomfortable because you are not used to silence. You are used to constant stimulation, constant input, constant movement. When that disappears, even for a moment, it can feel strange, even unsettling. Your mind may try to fill the space with more thoughts, more worries, more distractions. But if you stay with it, if you allow the silence to exist without trying to escape it, something begins to change. The noise starts to fade. Not completely, but enough for you to notice a difference, enough for you to experience a moment of clarity that was not there before. And in that moment, you begin to understand something important. Your path does not need to be forced. It does not need to be chased. It does not need to be constantly analyzed. It becomes clear when your mind becomes clear. This is the return to silence. It is not about withdrawing from life, but about creating space within yourself where you can see things as they are, without distortion, without confusion, without unnecessary noise. As you begin to practice this, you notice changes in the way you think and act. You become less reactive. Situations that once triggered immediate responses now create a pause. In that pause, you have the space to choose how you respond, instead of being controlled by automatic patterns. You begin to listen more, not just to others, but to yourself. You notice what feels right and what does not. You become more aware of your instincts, your intuition, your deeper understanding that exists beyond surface-level thinking. This awareness becomes your guide. Instead of constantly asking others what you should do, instead of constantly seeking external answers, you begin to trust your own clarity. And this trust grows stronger over time. Because each time you act from a place of silence, from a place of awareness, you reinforce that connection with yourself. You begin to see that your best decisions come not from overthinking, but from clarity. Not from pressure, but from understanding. Not from noise, but from stillness. This does not mean that you stop thinking or planning. It means that your thinking becomes more focused, more intentional, more aligned with your path. You no longer waste energy on unnecessary thoughts. You no longer get lost in endless loops of over-analysis. You think when it is needed, and you remain present when it is not. This balance creates a sense of ease in your life, not because everything becomes easy, but because your mind is no longer working against you. You are no longer creating additional suffering through overthinking, through constant worry, through unnecessary mental noise. Instead, you are moving with clarity, and this clarity changes the way you experience everything. Challenges become simpler to understand. Decisions become easier to make. Your path becomes more visible, not because it suddenly appears, but because you are no longer clouded by confusion. Buddhism emphasizes that clarity is not something you add to your mind. It is something that appears when you remove what is unnecessary, when you remove distraction, when you remove attachment to constant thinking, when you remove the need to control every outcome. What remains is something simple and clear. And in that clarity, your path becomes obvious, not as a fixed direction, but as a natural movement that feels right to you. You begin to move with less resistance. You stop forcing things that do not align. You stop chasing paths that do not belong to you. Instead, you follow what feels true, what feels aligned, what feels consistent with your understanding. This is where your journey becomes lighter, not because it is without effort, but because it is without unnecessary struggle. You are no longer fighting yourself. You are no longer trying to force clarity. You are allowing it to emerge naturally, and this changes your relationship with life. You become more patient. You become more present. You become more aware of each moment instead of constantly rushing toward the next. This presence brings a sense of peace that is not dependent on external conditions. It is not something you achieve. It is something you experience when your mind is not overwhelmed by noise. And from this peace, your actions become more powerful. Because they are no longer driven by confusion or urgency, they are driven by clarity and intention. You begin to notice that you are making better decisions, not because you are trying harder, but because you are seeing more clearly. You are responding more wisely, not because you are forcing yourself, but because you are aware. You are moving forward with confidence, not because you have all the answers, but because you trust your understanding. This is the power of returning to silence. It reconnects you with yourself. It removes the layers of noise that were blocking your clarity. It allows your path to unfold naturally, instead of being forced. And as you continue this practice, you realize something deeper. Silence is not something you visit occasionally. It becomes a part of you. Even in the middle of activity, even in the middle of challenges, there is a quiet space within you that remains undisturbed. You carry that silence with you, and from that silence, you live, you act, you move forward, without losing yourself in the noise, without being overwhelmed by the chaos around you, without needing constant external guidance, because you have found something more reliable. You have found clarity within yourself. And this clarity is not something that can be taken away. It is not dependent on circumstances. It is not affected by others. It is rooted in your awareness. This is the final shift. Not searching for your path outside, not forcing it through endless thinking, but allowing it to emerge from a mind that is clear, calm, and aware. And once you experience this, even briefly, you begin to understand your path was never hidden. It was always there, waiting for you to become still enough to see it. 15. Living the path when your life becomes the teaching itself. There is a final stage in the journey that is rarely spoken about, not because it is hidden, but because it cannot be easily explained in words. It is the stage where everything you have been learning, practicing, and understanding is no longer something you think about consciously. It becomes something you live naturally. It becomes part of the way you move, the way you respond, the way you exist. At the beginning of your path, everything requires effort. You have to remind yourself to stay aware. You have to consciously choose discipline over distraction. You have to practice letting go, practice silence, practice self-control. Every step feels intentional, sometimes even difficult, because you are working against old habits, old patterns, and old ways of thinking that have been with you for a long time. But as you continue, something begins to shift. The effort starts to feel lighter. The practices start to feel natural. The awareness that once required focus begins to arise on its own, and this is where your path begins to transform from something you do into something you are. You are no longer trying to be calm. You are calm. You are no longer trying to be disciplined. You are disciplined. You are no longer trying to follow your path. You are living it. This transformation is not sudden. It happens slowly, quietly, through consistent practice and deep understanding. It is the result of everything you have built within yourself, your awareness, your discipline, your ability to let go, your connection to silence, your trust in your own path. Over time, these qualities become part of your nature. And when they become part of your nature, you no longer need to force them. They express themselves naturally in everything you do. Buddhism teaches that true understanding is not intellectual. It is not something you simply think about or talk about. It is something that is embodied, something that becomes part of your being. At this stage, your life itself becomes the teaching, not because you are trying to teach others, but because the way you live reflects what you have understood. People may notice it in small ways, in the way you handle situations that would normally create stress, in the way you respond to challenges without panic or frustration, in the way you remain steady when others are overwhelmed, in the way you do not react to negativity, but instead remain calm and aware. These qualities cannot be faked. They come from within. They come from the work you have done on yourself. And because they are real, they have a quiet impact on others. You do not need to explain yourself. You do not need to prove anything. Your presence speaks for itself. This is what it means to live your path. It is not about reaching a final destination. It is about becoming someone who embodies the path in every moment. At this stage, your relationship with effort changes. You still put in effort, but it is no longer forced or heavy. It becomes part of your natural rhythm. Just like breathing, just like walking, just like living. You no longer struggle with consistency because your actions are aligned with who you are. You no longer need constant motivation because your direction is clear. You no longer feel resistance in the same way because you are not fighting yourself. Everything begins to flow more smoothly. This does not mean that life becomes perfect. There will still be challenges. There will still be moments of difficulty. But the difference is that these moments no longer disrupt your inner stability. You remain grounded. You remain aware. You remain connected to yourself. And because of this, you move through life with a different kind of strength. A strength that is not aggressive or forceful, but steady and resilient. A strength that does not break under pressure, but adapts and continues. A strength that comes from within, not from external validation or circumstances. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of the middle path, a way of living that is balanced, not extreme, not driven by excess or avoidance. When you begin to live your path, you naturally move toward this balance. You are no longer pulled to extremes. You are not controlled by intense desires or strong aversions. You act with awareness, with intention, with clarity. This balance creates a sense of harmony in your life. You are not constantly struggling against yourself. You are not caught in cycles of overreaction or impulsiveness. You are steady. And this steadiness allows you to experience life more fully. You are present in your actions. You are aware of your thoughts. You are connected to each moment. Instead of rushing through life, you are living it. This presence brings a deep sense of fulfillment, not the kind that comes from achieving something, but the kind that comes from being aligned with yourself in everything you do. And this alignment makes even simple moments meaningful. You do not need constant excitement or stimulation. You do not need external validation to feel satisfied. You find value in the present moment, in your actions, in your awareness. This is a different way of living, a way that is not dependent on constant change or external success, a way that is grounded in stability and understanding. As you continue on this path, you also begin to see others differently. You recognize the struggles they are going through. You understand the patterns they are caught in. You see the ways in which they are searching for something they have not yet found. And this understanding creates compassion, not a superficial compassion, but a deep recognition of the human experience. You do not judge as quickly. You do not react as strongly. You understand that everyone is at a different stage of their journey, and because of this, you interact with others in a more mindful and respectful way. You are not trying to change them. You are not trying to force your understanding onto them. You simply live your path. And sometimes, without words, that is enough, because your presence, your stability, your awareness can inspire others in ways that explanation cannot. This is the quiet power of living your path. It is not loud, it is not forceful, but it is real. And because it is real, it has a lasting impact. At this stage, you also begin to realize something deeper. There is no separation between your path and your life. They are the same. Every moment is part of your path. Every action is an expression of your understanding. Every experience is an opportunity to continue growing. You are no longer switching between practice and life. Your life is the practice. And this realization removes the sense of division that many people feel. You are not trying to be one person in certain situations and another person in others. You are consistent, you are aligned, you are whole, and this wholeness creates a deep sense of peace because you are no longer divided within yourself. You are no longer trying to maintain different identities. You are simply being who you are in every moment. This is the final transformation, not becoming something new, but fully becoming what you have been building all along. Not reaching an end point, but living the path continuously, not searching for meaning, but expressing it through your life. And when you reach this stage, you realize something important. The journey was never about becoming perfect. It was about becoming real. It was about removing what is false, what is unnecessary, what is not aligned, until what remains is something simple, clear, and true. And from that truth, you live, you move, you act, without confusion, without unnecessary struggle, without losing yourself. This is what it means to live your path, not as an idea, not as a concept, but as your reality. A reality that you carry with you in every moment, in every situation, in every step you take. And once you are here, you no longer need to ask where your path is, because you are already walking it. 16. The final shift, when you stop searching and start living fully there, comes a quiet turning point in your journey that cannot be forced, predicted, or clearly marked on a timeline, a point where something within you begins to settle, where the constant urge to search, to chase, to figure everything out starts to fade, not because you have found all the answers, but because you have realized something deeper than answers. You begin to understand that the search itself was creating the very restlessness you were trying to escape. For a long time, your path may have felt like a continuous effort to reach something, to become something, to fix something within yourself that felt incomplete or lacking. You may have believed that peace was somewhere ahead of you, that clarity was something you needed to find, that fulfillment was something waiting at the end of your journey, and so you searched. You learned, you practiced, you questioned, you pushed yourself to grow, always with the quiet belief that one day you would arrive at a place where everything finally made sense. But as your awareness deepens, you begin to notice something unexpected. The more you chase, the more distant peace feels. The more you try to control your path, the more uncertain it becomes. The more you search for answers outside yourself, the more disconnected you feel from what is already within you. And slowly, almost without realizing it, you begin to see the pattern. You see that the constant searching was not leading you to clarity. It was keeping you in a state of dissatisfaction. It was creating the illusion that something was missing, that something was incomplete, that you were not yet where you needed to be. This realization does not come as a sudden breakthrough. It unfolds gradually, through experience, through observation, through the quiet understanding that arises when you begin to see your own patterns clearly. And when it becomes clear, something begins to shift. You stop chasing, not because you have given up, but because you no longer feel the need to run after something that was never separate from you. You begin to understand that your path is not something you reach in the future. It is something you are already walking in this moment, with every step you take. This is the final shift, the shift from seeking to living, the shift from chasing to being, the shift from trying to become to simply becoming. At this stage, your relationship with life changes in a profound way. You are no longer living with the constant feeling that something is missing. You are no longer waiting for a perfect moment to begin. You are no longer postponing your peace until certain conditions are met. Instead, you begin to engage with life as it is. You become present, not in a forced or artificial way, but naturally, because your mind is no longer trapped in endless searching. You notice things more clearly. You experience moments more deeply. You are not constantly distracted by what comes next or what should be different. You are here, and in that presence you begin to feel a different kind of peace. Not a peace that comes from controlling everything, but a peace that comes from no longer needing to control everything. This does not mean that you stop growing. It does not mean that you stop improving or learning. It means that your growth is no longer driven by dissatisfaction. It is driven by awareness. You continue to evolve, but not because you feel incomplete. You evolve because growth is a natural expression of your life. This changes the way you approach everything. You no longer push yourself with pressure or force. You move with intention, but also with ease. You take action, but without attachment to the outcome. You make decisions, but without constant doubt or overthinking. Because you trust yourself, you trust your path. You trust the process of your life. And this trust removes a heavy burden that most people carry without realizing it. The burden of needing everything to be certain, the burden of needing everything to be perfect, the burden of needing to know exactly where you are going before you take a step. When this burden is gone, your life becomes lighter. You move more freely, you act more naturally. You are no longer held back by fear of making mistakes, because you understand that mistakes are part of your journey. You are no longer paralyzed by uncertainty, because you have learned to move through it with awareness. And this creates a sense of flow in your life. Things begin to feel less forced, less heavy, less complicated. You are not constantly struggling against yourself. You are not creating unnecessary resistance. You are simply moving forward, step by step, in alignment with your understanding. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises when we resist reality, when we try to hold on to what is changing, when we try to control what is uncontrollable. At this stage, you begin to let go of that resistance. You accept the nature of life, its uncertainty, its impermanence, its constant change, and instead of fighting it, you move with it. This does not mean that you become passive. It means that your actions are no longer driven by fear or attachment. They are guided by clarity and awareness. You still set goals. You still work toward things that matter to you. But you are no longer attached to specific outcomes. You are focused on the process. You are engaged in the present moment. And because of this, you are able to experience your life more fully. You are no longer living for a future that may or may not come. You are living now. This is where life becomes meaningful, not in reaching a destination, but in experiencing the journey, not in achieving something, but in being present with what you are doing. And this presence brings a sense of fulfillment that is not dependent on external success. It is not something you achieve once and hold forever. It is something you experience, moment by moment, as you remain aware, as you remain present, as you remain connected to yourself. At this stage, you also begin to see your past differently. You no longer regret your mistakes in the same way. You no longer feel weighed down by what could have been different. You understand that every experience, every challenge, every moment of confusion was part of your path. It was shaping you, it was guiding you, even when it did not feel like it at the time. This understanding brings a sense of acceptance. You stop resisting your past. You stop wishing things were different. You see your journey as a whole, not as a series of mistakes, but as a process of growth. And this acceptance allows you to move forward without carrying unnecessary weight. You are no longer holding on to regret. You are no longer defined by your past. You are free to continue, evolving. As you continue living in this way, something else becomes clear. You do not need to constantly define yourself. You do not need to hold on to a fixed identity. You are not a static person with a fixed role. You are a dynamic process, constantly changing, constantly growing, constantly evolving. And when you accept this, you become more flexible. You are not afraid to change. You are not afraid to let go of old versions of yourself. You are open to new experiences, new perspectives, new ways of being. This openness keeps you alive, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. You are not stuck in patterns. You are not trapped in rigid identity. You are moving. You are growing. You are living. This is the final shift. Not the end of your journey, but a new way of experiencing it. A way that is not driven by searching, but by presence. A way that is not driven by lack, but by understanding. A way that is not driven by fear, but by trust. And in this way of living, you find something that cannot be taken away. A sense of peace that is not dependent on conditions. A sense of clarity that is not easily disturbed. A sense of stability that remains even in uncertainty. This is not something you find at the end of your path. It is something that arises when you stop searching for it and start living fully. When you are no longer trying to become something else. When you are no longer chasing a future version of yourself. When you are fully present with who you are, here and now. And in that presence, you realize something simple but powerful. There was never anything missing. There was never anywhere else you needed to be. There was never a final destination waiting for you. There was only this moment and your ability to live it fully. This is where your journey continues, not as a search, but as a way of living. A way that is aware, a way that is present, a way that is true. And once you are here, you no longer ask, "What am I looking for?" Because you are no longer looking, you are living. 17. The unbreakable core, when nothing outside you can disturb your inner world. There is a depth within you that most people never fully reach, not because it is hidden, but because it requires a level of awareness, discipline, and honesty that very few are willing to develop consistently. It is a place within you that does not depend on circumstances, that does not change with opinions, that does not collapse under pressure, and that remains steady even when everything around you feels uncertain or unstable. This is your unbreakable core. At the beginning of your journey, your inner state is easily influenced by the outside world. A single comment can change your mood. A small failure can shake your confidence. A moment of uncertainty can create doubt that spreads through your entire thinking. Your emotional state rises and falls depending on what is happening around you, and because of this, your sense of stability is fragile. This is not a weakness. It is simply the result of living without deep awareness. When you are not connected to yourself, you rely on external conditions to feel grounded. You depend on approval to feel worthy, on success to feel confident, on certainty to feel secure. But these things are always changing, and because they are unstable, your inner world becomes unstable as well. Buddhism teaches that true stability cannot be found outside, because everything outside is impermanent. Situations change, people change, outcomes change. If your peace is tied to these things, it will always be temporary. But if you build your stability within, you create something that is not easily shaken. This is the process of developing your unbreakable core. It does not happen through a single realization or a moment of insight. It is built gradually, through everything you have been practicing, through your awareness, your discipline, your ability to let go, your ability to remain present, your ability to walk your own path without relying on others. Each of these practices strengthens you from within. Each moment where you choose awareness over reaction, you strengthen your control over your mind. Each time you face difficulty without collapsing, you build resilience. Each time you let go of attachment, you create space within yourself. Over time, these small moments accumulate, and they begin to form something powerful. A center within you that is steady, a place within you that remains calm, even when your thoughts are active. A foundation that supports you no matter what is happening around you. At first, this may not be obvious. You may still feel emotions, you may still experience challenges, you may still have moments of doubt. But the difference is that these things no longer control you in the same way. You feel them, but you are not consumed by them. You experience them, but you are not defined by them. You observe them, but you do not lose yourself in them. This is the beginning of your unbreakable core. It is not about eliminating emotions or becoming detached from life. It is about creating a space within you where you can experience everything without being overwhelmed by it. This space gives you clarity. When something happens, instead of reacting immediately, you pause. In that pause, you see the situation more clearly. You are able to respond with awareness instead of being driven by impulse. This ability to pause is one of the most powerful signs of inner strength, because it means you are no longer controlled by automatic patterns. You are choosing your response. As you continue to develop this, your relationship with challenges begins to change. You no longer see them as threats that need to be avoided. You see them as opportunities to strengthen yourself. Each difficult situation becomes a chance to practice your awareness, to test your stability, to deepen your understanding. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "How can I respond to this in a way that strengthens me?" This shift in perspective is powerful because it transforms obstacles into growth. It removes the sense of helplessness. It gives you a sense of control, not over the situation, but over yourself. And this is where true strength lies, not in controlling everything around you, but in controlling how you respond to it. As your unbreakable core becomes stronger, you begin to notice changes in your daily life. Things that once disturbed you no longer have the same impact. Situations that once caused stress now feel manageable. People's opinions no longer control your emotions. You are less reactive, less affected, less pulled in different directions. This does not mean that you become indifferent. It means that you become stable. You care, but you are not controlled. You engage, but you are not overwhelmed. You experience, but you remain grounded. This stability creates a deep sense of confidence, not the kind that comes from external success, but the kind that comes from knowing that you can handle yourself in any situation. You trust your ability to remain calm under pressure. You trust your ability to think clearly in difficult moments. You trust your ability to adapt and move forward, no matter what happens. This trust removes a lot of fear from your life, because fear often comes from uncertainty about how you will respond. But when you know that you have a stable core within you, that fear begins to fade. You are no longer afraid of challenges because you know that you can face them. You are no longer afraid of failure because you know that you can recover from it. You are no longer afraid of uncertainty because you trust your ability to navigate it. This is what it means to become unbreakable, not invincible, not unaffected, but stable, resilient, and grounded. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of observing the mind without attachment. This practice is what strengthens your core, because when you observe your thoughts and emotions without becoming attached to them, you create distance. And in that distance, you find freedom. You are no longer trapped in every thought. You are no longer carried away by every emotion. You are able to see things clearly without distortion. This clarity allows you to act with wisdom instead of impulse. And as you continue to practice this, your inner world becomes more stable, your mind becomes quieter, your emotions become more balanced, your reactions become more controlled. This does not mean that you stop experiencing life fully. It means that you experience it with awareness. You are present, but not overwhelmed. You are engaged, but not lost. You are involved, but still grounded within yourself. This balance is what creates your unbreakable core, a state where you are fully connected to life, but not controlled by it. As you reach this stage, you begin to realize something important. Your strength does not come from avoiding difficulty. It comes from facing it with awareness. Your stability does not come from having a perfect life. It comes from having a steady mind. Your peace does not come from controlling everything. It comes from understanding yourself. And this understanding changes everything. You are no longer searching for stability outside. You are no longer trying to fix the world to feel better. You are building something within yourself that does not depend on external conditions. And because of this, you are free. Free from being controlled by circumstances, free from being affected by every small change, free from the constant ups and downs that come from external dependence. This is the final strength, not physical strength, not external power, but inner stability. A strength that cannot be taken away, a strength that remains with you no matter where you go, no matter what happens. And once you have this, everything changes. You move through life with a quiet confidence. You face challenges with calm awareness. You interact with others without losing yourself. You continue your path without being distracted or discouraged, because you are no longer relying on anything outside to hold you together. You are held together from within. This is your unbreakable core, and once you fully develop it, you realize something simple but powerful. Nothing outside you has the power to disturb your inner world, unless you allow it. 18. The complete detachment when nothing owns you, and you own yourself. There is a final layer of freedom that most people sense but rarely reach. A state where your mind is no longer tied to anything outside of you, where your peace is not dependent on outcomes, where your identity is not shaped by opinions, and where your sense of self is no longer fragile or conditional. This is not the detachment of indifference, not the detachment of isolation, but a deeper and more powerful form of detachment that allows you to fully engage with life without being controlled by it. For most of your life, you are connected to things in ways that you do not fully understand. You are attached to people, to results, to expectations, to how others see you, to how your life should look, to what you believe you must achieve in order to feel complete. These attachments are often invisible, but they influence everything. They shape your decisions, your emotions, your reactions, and your sense of worth. When something goes the way you want, you feel good. When it does not, you feel disturbed. When someone approves of you, you feel confident. When they criticize you, you feel uncertain. This constant movement of your inner state is not random. It is the result of attachment. Buddhism teaches that attachment is the root of suffering, not because connection itself is wrong, but because when you depend on something outside of you for your inner stability, you give that thing power over you. This is the hidden truth that most people never fully see. It is not the situation itself that creates disturbance. It is the attachment to how that situation should be. It is not the opinion of others that controls you. It is your attachment to being seen in a certain way. It is not the outcome that defines your peace. It is your attachment to needing that outcome. When you begin to see this clearly, something shifts. You start to understand that your freedom is not found by controlling everything outside of you, but by releasing the attachments that tie your inner state to those external things. This is where complete detachment begins. It does not happen suddenly. It develops gradually, through awareness, through observation, through consistent practice. At first, you may simply notice your attachments. You may see how certain situations trigger strong emotional reactions, how certain outcomes affect your mood, how certain opinions influence your confidence. This awareness is the first step, because you cannot release what you do not see. As your awareness deepens, you begin to question these attachments. You begin to ask yourself why certain things have so much power over you. Why does a single comment affect your entire day? Why does a small failure feel like a personal defeat? Why does approval feel so necessary? These questions begin to loosen the grip of attachment, because they reveal that much of what you are holding on to is not as solid as it seems. It is built on beliefs, on expectations, on ideas that you have accepted without fully examining. And once you see this, you begin to create distance, not by forcing yourself to detach, but by understanding. You begin to realize that you can experience life without being controlled by it. You can care without clinging. You can engage without depending. You can act without needing a specific outcome. This is the essence of detachment. It is not about removing yourself from life. It is about removing the unnecessary dependence that creates suffering. As you continue to practice this, you begin to notice changes in your inner state. You become less reactive. Situations that once created strong emotional responses now feel lighter. You still feel emotions, but they pass more quickly. They do not linger. They do not define you. You are able to observe them without being overwhelmed by them. This creates a sense of stability, a stability that is not dependent on what is happening around you, because you are no longer attaching your inner state to external conditions. You are grounded within yourself. One of the most powerful aspects of complete detachment is the freedom it brings in your actions. When you are attached to outcomes, your actions are driven by fear and expectation. You hesitate because you are afraid of failure. You overthink because you want everything to be perfect. You hold back because you are worried about how others will see you. But when you release these attachments, your actions become clear and direct. You act because it is aligned with your path, not because you are trying to control the result. You move forward without unnecessary hesitation. You take risks without being paralyzed by fear. You express yourself without constantly seeking approval. This creates a sense of freedom that is difficult to describe. Because you are no longer restricted by invisible chains, you are no longer holding yourself back. You are moving with clarity, with confidence, with purpose. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of non-attachment, not as a rejection of life, but as a way of engaging with life more fully. When you are attached, you are limited. You are constantly trying to protect something, to maintain something, to control something. This creates tension. It creates fear. It creates resistance. But when you are detached, you are open. You are able to experience life as it is, without constantly trying to shape it according to your expectations. This openness allows you to see more clearly. It allows you to respond more wisely. It allows you to move through life with less struggle. As you deepen this practice, you begin to notice something even more profound. Your sense of identity begins to change. You are no longer defined by what you have, by what you achieve, or by how others see you. You are no longer attached to a fixed image of yourself. You are flexible, you are adaptable, you are free to grow, to change, to evolve. This is a powerful shift. Because when you are not attached to a rigid identity, you are not limited by it. You are not trying to maintain a certain image. You are not afraid of change. You are not resisting growth. You are simply becoming. And this makes your path more fluid, more natural, more aligned with your true self. Complete detachment also changes your relationships. You no longer depend on others to fill a void within you. You no longer seek validation or approval in the same way. You connect with others from a place of wholeness, not need. This creates healthier, more balanced relationships. Because you are not trying to gain something from others, you are simply sharing your presence. And this presence is more genuine, more authentic, more stable. People can feel the difference. Because you are no longer attached to outcomes, you are no longer trying to control how others respond. You allow them to be who they are, and in doing so, you create space for real connection. This is one of the most beautiful aspects of detachment. It does not isolate you. It allows you to connect more deeply without losing yourself. As you continue on this path, you begin to experience a deeper level of peace. Not the temporary peace that comes from things going your way, but a stable, consistent peace that remains regardless of circumstances. Because your peace is no longer tied to what happens outside of you, it is rooted within you. This is the ultimate freedom. The freedom to live without being controlled by external conditions. The freedom to act without fear of outcomes. The freedom to experience life without being overwhelmed by it. The freedom to be yourself, fully and completely, without dependence. And in this state, you realize something important. You do not need to control everything to feel at peace. You do not need to achieve everything to feel complete. You do not need to be approved by everyone to feel worthy. You are already enough, not as an idea, but as a lived reality. And this realization changes everything. You move through life with a quiet confidence. You act with clarity. You respond with awareness. You remain stable, even when things are uncertain, because nothing owns you anymore. No situation, no opinion, no outcome, no expectation. You are no longer tied to anything outside of you, and because of this, you own yourself completely. This is complete detachment, not emptiness, but freedom, not distance, but clarity, not isolation, but independence. And once you reach this state, you understand something that cannot be fully explained, only experienced. 19. The state of effortless being, when life flows without resistance. There comes a stage in your journey where something subtle yet powerful begins to change, not in your external circumstances, but in the way you experience them. The constant inner struggle that once defined your life starts to fade. The resistance you once felt toward challenges begins to soften, and the effort you once used to control everything slowly transforms into a quiet sense of flow. This is not a moment you force or achieve through intense striving, but a state that emerges naturally when your understanding deepens and your attachment begins to dissolve. For most of your life, you may have felt like you were constantly pushing against something, pushing against your thoughts, pushing against your emotions, pushing against situations that did not go your way, pushing against uncertainty, trying to force clarity, trying to force progress, trying to force yourself into a version of life that felt right. And while this effort may have helped you move forward at times, it also created tension, exhaustion, and a sense that life was something you had to fight rather than experience. Buddhism teaches that much of this struggle does not come from life itself, but from the resistance you create within your mind. It comes from the constant desire for things to be different, from the need to control outcomes, from the attachment to how situations should unfold. And when this resistance is present, even simple experiences can feel heavy, because you are not just dealing with what is happening, you are also dealing with your reaction to it. But as you continue to develop awareness, something begins to shift. You start to notice the patterns of resistance. You begin to see how your mind reacts to situations, how it creates tension, how it tries to control what cannot be controlled. And with this awareness, you begin to let go, not in a forced way, but in a natural way that comes from understanding. You begin to realize that you do not need to fight every thought, that you do not need to control every emotion, that you do not need to force every outcome. And in this realization, something softens within you. The constant effort begins to ease, the tension begins to dissolve, and in its place, a new way of experiencing life begins to emerge. A way that is not based on resistance, but on flow. Flow does not mean that everything becomes easy or that challenges disappear. It means that you are no longer creating additional struggle through your resistance. It means that you are able to move with life instead of constantly pushing against it. When something difficult happens, you do not immediately resist it. You acknowledge it, you observe it, and you respond with awareness. You are not trying to force the situation to be different. You are working with it as it is. This changes everything, because when you remove resistance, even difficult situations become more manageable. You are no longer overwhelmed by the combination of the situation and your reaction. You are dealing with what is actually happening, not what your mind is adding to it. This creates a sense of ease, not because life is always comfortable, but because you are no longer creating unnecessary discomfort. As this state deepens, your actions begin to change as well. You are no longer acting from a place of pressure or urgency. You are no longer forcing yourself to do things through sheer willpower alone. Instead, your actions become more natural, more aligned, more fluid. You act because it feels right, because it is aligned with your path, because it is the next step that makes sense. There is less hesitation, less overthinking, less internal conflict. You are not constantly questioning yourself. You are not caught in endless loops of doubt. You move forward with clarity, not because you have all the answers, but because you trust your understanding. This trust is what allows you to experience life in a more effortless way. It is not that effort disappears completely, but it becomes different. It becomes focused, intentional, and free from unnecessary tension. You still work, you still grow, you still face challenges, but you do so without the heavy burden of resistance. This is what creates the feeling of flow, a sense that your life is moving, that you are progressing, that things are unfolding, without the constant struggle that once defined your experience. Buddhism often describes this state as being in harmony with the nature of life, a state where you are not fighting against impermanence, not resisting change, not clinging to outcomes, but allowing things to unfold while remaining aware and present. In this state, you begin to experience a deeper kind of peace. Not a peace that comes from controlling everything, but a peace that comes from accepting the nature of life. You understand that things will change. You understand that uncertainty is part of the journey. You understand that not everything will go your way. And, instead of resisting these truths, you move with them. This movement creates a sense of balance. You are not attached to success, but you still strive. You are not afraid of failure, but you still act. You are not controlled by outcomes, but you still care. This balance allows you to fully engage with life without being overwhelmed by it. As you continue to live in this way, you begin to notice something else. Your mind becomes quieter, not completely silent, but less crowded, less chaotic, less reactive. There is more space between your thoughts, more clarity in your thinking, more presence in your awareness. This quietness enhances your ability to experience life more deeply. You notice things you once overlooked. You appreciate moments you once rushed through. You are more connected to what you are doing, to the people around you, to the experience of being alive. This connection brings a sense of fulfillment that is not dependent on achieving something specific. It is not tied to reaching a goal or obtaining a result. It is found in the experience itself, in the act of living, of being present, of engaging with life as it unfolds. This is the essence of effortless being. It is not about doing less or becoming passive. It is about removing unnecessary struggle so that your actions and your experience can flow naturally. It is about aligning yourself with the nature of life instead of constantly resisting it. And when you reach this state, you begin to realize something important. Life was never meant to be a constant battle. It was never meant to be something you had to force your way through. It was meant to be experienced, to be lived, to be engaged with awareness and presence. This realization changes your entire perspective. You are no longer trying to control every detail. You are no longer stressed about every outcome. You are no longer overwhelmed by every challenge. You are simply moving through life, step by step, with clarity, with awareness, with a sense of ease. And in this movement, you find something deeper than success, deeper than achievement, deeper than external validation. You find a sense of harmony, a sense that your life is not something separate from you, but something you are part of, something you are moving with, not against. And in this harmony, you experience a different kind of strength, a strength that is not rigid, but flexible, a strength that does not resist, but adapts, a strength that flows instead of forcing. This is the final expression of your path, not a destination, not an achievement, but a way of being, a way of living that is free from unnecessary struggle, a way of experiencing life that is grounded, aware, and deeply connected. And once you are here, you no longer feel like you are trying to live your life. You are living it, fully, naturally, effortlessly. 20. The final liberation, when you become untouchable by life's chaos. There is a final threshold in your journey that is not marked by achievement, not defined by status, and not recognized by the outside world in any obvious way. But it is one of the most powerful shifts a human being can experience. It is the point where life no longer controls you in the way it once did, where the chaos around you loses its ability to disturb your inner world, and where your sense of self becomes so deeply rooted that nothing external can shake it. This is not about escaping life, it is about becoming free within it. For most of your life, your inner state may have been shaped by external forces. Situations, people, outcomes, and circumstances all had the power to influence how you felt, how you thought, and how you responded. When things went well, you felt at peace. When things went wrong, you felt disturbed. Your sense of stability was tied to conditions that were always changing, and because of this, your peace was never consistent. This is the nature of living without inner freedom. You are constantly reacting, constantly adjusting, constantly trying to control what cannot be controlled. You seek comfort in outcomes, security in certainty, validation in approval, and identity in external achievements. And while these things may provide temporary satisfaction, they also create dependence. Buddhism teaches that this dependence is the root of suffering, because anything you depend on externally is unstable. It can change, disappear, or fail at any moment. And when it does, your inner world is affected. But as you continue your journey, as you develop awareness, discipline, detachment, and inner stability, something begins to shift. You start to reclaim control over your inner state. You begin to understand that your peace does not have to depend on what is happening around you. You realize that while you cannot control everything in life, you can control how you relate to it. And this realization is the beginning of liberation. Liberation is not about removing challenges or avoiding difficulty. It is about becoming someone who is no longer controlled by them. It is about reaching a state where your inner stability remains intact, regardless of external circumstances. At first, this may seem impossible, because you are used to reacting, you are used to being affected, you are used to your emotions rising and falling based on what happens around you. But as you continue to practice awareness, you begin to create distance between yourself and your reactions. You begin to observe your thoughts instead of immediately believing them. You begin to feel your emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You begin to pause. Before responding, allowing yourself to choose your actions instead of being driven by impulse. This process slowly changes your relationship with life. Situations that once triggered strong reactions begin to lose their intensity. Events that, once disturbed, your peace begin to feel less significant. You are no longer pulled into every emotional wave. You are no longer controlled by every external change. Instead, you remain grounded. You remain aware. You remain stable. This stability is not rigid or forced. It is natural. It comes from understanding. It comes from the realization that your inner world does not have to mirror the chaos of the outside world. As this understanding deepens, your identity begins to shift. You are no longer defined by your circumstances. You are no longer defined by your successes or failures. You are no longer defined by how others see you. You are defined by your awareness, by your ability to remain present, by your ability to stay grounded within yourself. This creates a sense of independence that is incredibly powerful. You are no longer dependent on external validation to feel worthy. You are no longer dependent on specific outcomes to feel successful. You are no longer dependent on certainty to feel secure. Your sense of self is rooted within you. And because of this, you are free. This freedom is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet. It is subtle, but it is deeply transformative. You begin to move through life differently. You are not constantly reacting. You are not constantly stressed. You are not constantly seeking something to complete you. You are simply present. You are engaged with life, but not controlled by it. You care, but you are not attached. You act, but you are not dependent on outcomes. You experience, but you are not overwhelmed. This is what it means to become untouchable. Not in the sense that nothing affects you, but in the sense that nothing controls you. You can experience difficulty without losing your peace. You can face challenges without losing your stability. You can encounter negativity without absorbing it. This is a level of strength that cannot be easily understood by those who have not experienced it, because it is not based on external power. It is based on inner clarity. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of liberation as freedom from suffering, not because suffering disappears completely, but because your relationship with it changes. You are no longer resisting it. You are no longer identifying with it. You are no longer controlled by it. Instead, you observe it, you understand it, you move through it, and in doing so, you reduce its impact on your life. This is the essence of liberation, not the absence of difficulty, but the absence of unnecessary suffering. As you continue to live in this way, you begin to experience a deeper sense of peace. Not the temporary peace that comes from things going your way, but a stable, consistent peace that remains even when life is uncertain. This peace is not fragile. It does not depend on conditions. It is rooted in your awareness, and because of this, it remains. Even in the face of change, even in the face of challenge, even in the face of chaos. This is the final transformation, not becoming something new, but realizing what was always possible. Realizing that your peace was never dependent on the world. Realizing that your stability was always within you. Realizing that your freedom was always available, but hidden beneath layers of attachment, fear, and misunderstanding. And once these layers are removed, what remains is something simple, something clear, something powerful. You remain aware, present, free. This is the final liberation, not an escape from life, but a way of living within it without being controlled by it. A way of moving through the world with clarity, with stability, with peace. A way of being that is not shaken by external conditions. And once you reach this state, you no longer fear life's chaos, because you understand that chaos exists outside, but your peace exists within, and nothing outside can take that away from you, unless you give it the power to do so. 21. The quiet authority when you no longer need to prove anything to anyone. There comes a point in your journey where something deeply rooted within you begins to shift, not in a dramatic or visible way, but in a quiet, almost invisible transformation that changes how you see yourself and how you move through the world. It is the moment where the need to prove yourself slowly dissolves, where the constant urge to explain your worth fades, and where your sense of identity becomes so stable that it no longer depends on the recognition, approval, or understanding of others. This is the state of quiet authority. For most of your life, you may have been driven by the need to be seen, to be understood, to be validated. You may have shaped your actions around how others would perceive you, adjusted your behavior to gain approval, and measured your worth based on external feedback. Even when you were not consciously aware of it, this need influenced your decisions, your emotions, and your sense of self. You may have felt the urge to explain yourself when someone misunderstood you. You may have felt the need to defend your choices when others questioned them. You may have felt the pressure to prove your value through achievements, through success, through recognition. And while these tendencies are natural, they also create a form of dependence, because when your sense of worth is tied to how others see you, it becomes unstable. It rises with praise, it falls with criticism, it shifts with opinions, and because of this, you are never fully at peace. Buddhism teaches that this attachment to external validation is a source of suffering, because it places your identity in something that is constantly changing. People's opinions are not fixed. Their perspectives are influenced by their own experiences, their own biases, their own limitations. When you depend on them to define your worth, you give them power over your inner state. But as you continue your journey, as you develop awareness and self-understanding, something begins to change. You start to see the patterns. You notice how often you seek validation. You become aware of the moments where you feel the need to explain, to defend, to prove. And with this awareness, you begin to question it. Why do I feel the need to be understood by everyone? Why do I feel the need to justify my choices? Why do I depend on others to confirm my worth? These questions begin to reveal something deeper. They show you that much of this need comes from insecurity, from uncertainty, from a lack of trust in yourself. And once you see this clearly, you begin to shift. You begin to build something within yourself that is not dependent on others. A sense of self that is stable, that is grounded, that is rooted in your own understanding. This is where quiet authority begins. It is not something you claim, it is something you develop through awareness, through discipline, through consistency, through living in alignment with your values. As this inner stability grows, your behavior begins to change. You no longer feel the need to explain every decision you make. You no longer feel the need to defend yourself against every opinion. You no longer feel the urge to prove your worth through constant action or achievement. You become more selective with your words. You become more comfortable with silence. You become more confident in your choices, even when they are not understood by others. This does not mean that you become arrogant or dismissive. It means that you are no longer dependent on external approval. You respect others, but you do not rely on them to define you. You listen, but you are not easily influenced. You engage, but you do not lose yourself. This creates a different kind of presence, a presence that is not loud, not forceful, not attention-seeking, but steady, calm, and grounded. People may notice it, even if they cannot explain it. They may feel a sense of confidence in the way you carry yourself. They may observe the way you remain calm in situations that would normally create tension. They may recognize that you are not easily affected by opinions or external pressures. This is the power of quiet authority. It does not demand attention. It does not seek validation. It simply exists, and because it is real, it has a natural impact. Buddhism emphasizes the idea of right understanding and right action, living in a way that is aligned with truth rather than illusion. When you begin to live in alignment with your own understanding, you no longer feel the need to constantly justify yourself. Your actions speak for themselves. Your presence reflects your inner state. Your life becomes the expression of your path, and this removes a significant amount of mental noise. You are no longer overthinking how you are perceived. You are no longer adjusting yourself to fit into expectations. You are no longer caught in the cycle of seeking approval. You are free, free to be yourself, free to make your own choices, free to walk your own path without needing constant confirmation. This freedom also changes the way you handle criticism. You are no longer defensive. You are able to listen without immediately reacting. You are able to consider feedback without feeling threatened, because your sense of self is not fragile. It is stable. You do not feel the need to protect it in the same way. And this allows you to grow, because you can take what is useful and leave what is not without being emotionally affected. At the same time, you are also less affected by praise. You appreciate it, but you do not depend on it. You do not let it inflate your sense of self. You remain grounded. This balance is important because it keeps you steady. You are not pulled up by praise. You are not pushed down by criticism. You remain centered. This is what makes your authority quiet but powerful. It is not influenced by external forces. It is rooted within you. As you continue to live in this way, your relationships begin to change as well. You are no longer trying to impress others. You are no longer seeking approval in your interactions. You are simply being yourself. And this creates more genuine connections. Because you are not performing, you are not pretending, you are not adjusting yourself to be accepted. You are real, and this authenticity is felt by others. It creates trust. It creates respect. It creates a deeper level of connection. This is one of the most powerful aspects of quiet authority. It does not isolate you. It allows you to connect more deeply without losing yourself. At this stage, you also begin to realize something important. You do not need to prove your worth, not through achievements, not through explanations, not through validation. Your worth is not something that needs to be demonstrated. It is something that exists, and when you understand this, you stop chasing it. You stop trying to earn it. You stop trying to convince others of it. You simply live with clarity, with confidence, with awareness. This is the final shift, not becoming someone else, not achieving something external, but becoming so grounded in yourself that you no longer need to prove anything. You are enough. Not as an idea, not as a belief, but as a lived reality. And in this reality, you find a different kind of peace. A peace that is not dependent on recognition. A peace that is not influenced by opinions. A peace that is rooted in your own understanding. This is the state of quiet authority. And once you reach it, you no longer ask, "Do they see my value?" because you already know it. 22. The inner kingdom, when you become the source of everything you once sought outside there, comes a stage in your journey where something profound begins to shift within you, not as a sudden breakthrough, but as a gradual realization that settles deeper and deeper over time. It is the understanding that everything you spent your life searching for outside of yourself was never truly outside to begin with. The peace, the clarity, the strength, the confidence, the sense of belonging, all of it was always within you, waiting not to be found, but to be uncovered. For most of your life, your attention has been directed outward. You look to people for validation, to achievements for worth, to outcomes for satisfaction, to external conditions for peace. You believed that if you could just arrange your life in the right way, if you could just gain enough approval, success, or certainty, you would finally feel complete. And so you searched. You searched through relationships, hoping someone would give you a sense of belonging. You searched through success, hoping it would give you confidence. You searched through control, hoping it would give you stability. You searched through external validation, hoping it would give you worth. But no matter how much you found, something always felt incomplete. Because what you were searching for was not something that could be given to you. It was something that had to be realized within you. Buddhism teaches that the external world is not the source of your inner state. It can influence you, but it does not define you. Your thoughts, your perceptions, your awareness, these are what shape your experience. And when you do not understand this, you place your power outside of yourself. You believe that something external must change for you to feel better. You believe that something must be added to your life for you to feel complete. But as you continue your journey, as your awareness deepens, you begin to see this pattern clearly. You begin to notice how your mind attaches meaning to things, how it creates stories, how it depends on external conditions to feel a certain way. And with this awareness, something begins to change. You begin to turn inward, not as an escape, but as a way of understanding. You begin to observe your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions. You begin to see how your inner state is created. And as you see this more clearly, you begin to take responsibility for it. You realize that your peace does not have to depend on what is happening around you. You realize that your confidence does not have to come from what you achieve. You realize that your peace, sense of worth does not have to be given to you by others. You begin to see that you can generate these things within yourself. This is the beginning of your inner kingdom. It is not a place. It is a state of being. A state where you are no longer dependent on external sources for your inner stability. A state where your mind becomes your ally instead of your obstacle. A state where you are grounded within yourself. As this state develops, your experience of life begins to change. You are no longer constantly seeking something. You are no longer chasing a feeling of completion. You are no longer looking outside to fill something within. Instead, you begin to feel whole. Not because everything in your life is perfect, but because you are no longer divided within yourself. You are no longer searching for something to complete you. You are complete in yourself. This does not mean that you stop engaging with the world. It means that your engagement is no longer driven by need. You connect with others, but not out of emptiness. You pursue goals, but not out of insecurity. You experience life, but not out of dependence. You act from a place of fullness, not lack. This is what makes your inner kingdom powerful, because it is not affected by external change. Situations may shift, people may come and go, outcomes may vary, but your inner state remains stable. You are not easily shaken. You are not easily influenced. You are grounded. This grounding creates a different kind of confidence, not the kind that comes from proving yourself, but the kind that comes from knowing yourself. You trust your ability to handle life. You trust your ability to navigate uncertainty. You trust your ability to remain stable, regardless of what happens. This trust removes a significant amount of fear, because fear often comes from dependence, from the belief that you need something external to feel secure. But when you realize that your security comes from within, that fear begins to fade. You are no longer afraid of losing things in the same way, because you know that what truly matters cannot be taken from you. Your awareness, your understanding, your inner stability. These are yours, and they remain with you. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of self-reliance, not in the sense of isolation, but in the sense of inner independence. You are not dependent on external conditions to feel at peace. You are not dependent on others to feel worthy. You are not dependent on outcomes to feel successful. You are complete within yourself. And from this completeness, you engage with life more freely. You are not holding on tightly. You are not afraid of change. You are open. You are flexible. You are able to experience life fully, without being controlled by it. This is the true power of your inner kingdom. It allows you to live without unnecessary attachment. It allows you to act without fear. It allows you to experience without losing yourself. As you continue to live in this way, you begin to notice something else. Your external life begins to reflect your internal state. Your decisions become clearer, your actions become more aligned, your relationships become more genuine, not because you are trying to control everything, but because your inner clarity naturally guides your outer life. You are no longer forcing things, you are allowing them to unfold. And because you are acting from a place of awareness, the results become more aligned with who you are. This alignment creates a sense of harmony. Your inner world and your outer world are no longer in conflict. They are connected. They support each other. And this creates a sense of ease in your life. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer divided within yourself. This is the ultimate realization. You do not need to search for what you already are. You do not need to chase what already exists within you. You do not need to depend on what is outside to feel complete inside. You are the source of your peace, the source of your clarity, the source of your strength, the source of your fulfillment. And once you realize this, everything changes. You stop searching, you stop chasing, you stop depending, you begin to live from within. And in that way of living, you experience a level of freedom that cannot be taken away. A freedom that is not based on conditions. A freedom that is rooted in your own understanding. A freedom that allows you to move through life with confidence, with clarity, with peace. This is your inner kingdom. And once you step into it, you realize that everything you were looking for was never outside of you. It was always within, waiting for you to see it. 23. The complete surrender, when you stop fighting life and start moving with it there, is a point in your journey where everything you have learned, everything you have practiced, everything you have struggled to understand begins to lead you toward a single, powerful realization. A realization that is both simple and deeply transformative. It is the understanding that much of your suffering was never caused by life itself, but by your resistance to it. It is the understanding that the constant need to control, to force, to hold on, to make everything happen according to your expectations has been creating tension, not peace. And it is in this understanding that the concept of surrender begins to reveal its true meaning. For most people, the idea of surrender is misunderstood. It is often seen as weakness, as giving up, as losing control. It is associated with failure, with passivity, with the idea that you are no longer trying. But true surrender, the kind that Buddhism points toward, is not about giving up on life. It is about giving up the unnecessary struggle against it. It is about releasing the need to control what cannot be controlled and learning to move with what is, instead of constantly resisting it. For a long time, you may have been living in a state of resistance without even realizing it. You resisted situations that did not go your way. You resisted outcomes that did not match your expectations. You resisted emotions that felt uncomfortable. You resisted uncertainty because it made you feel unstable. And this resistance created a constant inner tension, a feeling that life was something you had to fight, something you had to control, something you had to force into shape. But as your awareness deepens, you begin to see this pattern more clearly. You begin to notice how your mind reacts to situations, how it immediately tries to label things as good or bad, how it tries to push away what it does not like and hold on to what it prefers. And in this observation, you begin to understand that this constant reaction is what creates your inner struggle. Life itself is neutral in many ways. It unfolds, it changes, it moves according to causes and conditions. But your mind interprets it, reacts to it, and creates additional layers of meaning and resistance. And it is these layers that create suffering. Surrender begins when you stop adding those layers. It begins when you allow things to be as they are, without immediately trying to change them, without immediately reacting, without immediately resisting. This does not mean that you become passive or that you stop taking action. It means that your actions are no longer driven by resistance. They are driven by clarity. At first, this can feel uncomfortable because you are used to reacting. You are used to trying to control everything. You are used to believing that if you do not resist, things will fall apart. But as you begin to practice surrender, you start to notice something different. When you stop resisting, the tension begins to dissolve. When you stop fighting every situation, your mind becomes calmer. When you stop trying to control every outcome, you begin to feel lighter. This is not because life has changed, but because your relationship with it has changed. You are no longer creating additional struggle. You are simply experiencing what is happening and responding with awareness. This creates a sense of flow. You are no longer pushing against life. You are moving with it. When challenges arise, you do not immediately resist them. You acknowledge them. You observe them. You respond to them in a way that is grounded and clear. You are not wasting energy fighting what has already happened. You are focusing your energy on what you can do in the present moment. This shift is powerful because it removes a large part of the stress that most people carry. The stress that comes from trying to control things that are outside of their control. The stress that comes from resisting reality instead of working with it. Buddhism teaches that attachment and aversion are two of the main causes of suffering. Attachment is the desire to hold on to what you like, and aversion is the desire to push away what you do not like. Both create resistance, both create tension. Both keep you trapped in a cycle of reacting instead of understanding. Surrender is the release of both. It is the ability to experience life without clinging or rejecting. It is the ability to remain present, regardless of what is happening. It is the ability to accept reality as it is, while still taking wise action when needed. As you continue to practice this, your mind begins to change. You become less reactive. You become more patient. You become more aware of your thoughts and emotions. You begin to see that you do not have to follow every reaction. You do not have to act on every impulse. You have a choice, and in that choice, you find freedom. You are no longer controlled by automatic patterns. You are no longer driven by unconscious reactions. You are responding with awareness. This awareness allows you to move through life with more ease. You are not constantly fighting against what is happening. You are adapting. You are adjusting. You are flowing. This does not mean that life becomes easy or predictable. There will still be challenges. There will still be uncertainty. But your experience of these things changes. They no longer create the same level of stress. They no longer disturb your inner peace in the same way. Because you are not resisting them, you are working with them. As this state deepens, you begin to feel a sense of trust. Not a blind trust, but a grounded understanding that life unfolds in ways that you do not always control, but that you can navigate. You trust your ability to respond. You trust your awareness. You trust the process of life itself. This trust removes a significant amount of fear, because fear often comes from the need to control, from the belief that if things do not go a certain way, everything will fall apart. But when you surrender, you realize that you can handle what comes. You realize that you do not need to control everything to be stable. You realize that your strength comes from within, not from external conditions. This realization creates a deep sense of peace. Not the kind of peace that comes from everything being perfect, but the kind of peace that comes from no longer needing everything to be perfect. You are at ease with uncertainty. You are at ease with change. You are at ease with the natural flow of life. And in this ease, you experience a different kind of freedom. A freedom from constant tension. A freedom from unnecessary struggle. A freedom from the need to control. This is the true meaning of surrender. It is not giving up on life. It is letting go of what is not needed. It is releasing the resistance that was creating suffering. It is allowing yourself to move with life instead of constantly pushing against it. As you reach this stage, you begin to realize something important. You do not need to fight life to succeed. You do not need to control everything to feel stable. You do not need to resist what is happening to move forward. You can act with clarity. You can respond with awareness. You can move with intention, all without creating unnecessary struggle. And this changes everything. Your life becomes lighter. Your mind becomes clearer. Your actions become more effective. Because you are no longer wasting energy on resistance. You are using your energy to move forward. This is the complete surrender. Not a loss of control, but a shift in how you relate to control. Not a giving up, but a letting go. Not a weakness, but a deeper form of strength. And once you understand this, once you begin to live this, you realize something that cannot be fully explained, only experienced. Life was never meant to be a constant struggle. It was meant to be lived. And when you stop fighting it, you finally begin to experience it as it is, flowing, changing, and moving with you, not against you. 24. The absolute clarity when you see reality without illusion. There comes a stage in your journey where the fog that once surrounded your mind begins to dissolve, not all at once, but gradually, layer by layer, until you begin to see things as they truly are, without distortion, without projection, without the constant interference of unconscious thought. This is not a state that is achieved through force or intellectual effort, but a natural outcome of sustained awareness, discipline, and deep observation. It is the state of absolute clarity. For most of your life, your perception of reality has been filtered through layers of conditioning. You do not see things as they are, you see them as your mind interprets them. Your thoughts, your beliefs, your past experiences, your fears, your expectations, all of these create a lens through which you view the world. And because this lens is constantly active, you rarely question it. You assume that what you are seeing is reality, when in fact, it is a version of reality shaped by your mind. This is the illusion that Buddhism speaks of, not an illusion in the sense that the world is not real, but in the sense that your perception of it is not always accurate. You are not just experiencing life, you are interpreting it, reacting to it, labeling it, and often creating stories that go far beyond what is actually happening. A simple situation arises, and your mind immediately adds meaning. A comment is made, and your mind interprets it in a certain way. An outcome occurs, and your mind labels it as success or failure. These interpretations create emotional reactions, and those reactions reinforce your beliefs, creating a cycle that continues without awareness. But as you deepen your practice, as you observe your mind more closely, you begin to notice this process. You begin to see how quickly your mind moves to interpret, to judge, to react. You begin to recognize that much of what you experience is not just the event itself, but your interpretation of it. And with this recognition, something begins to change. You start to create space between the event and your interpretation. You begin to observe your thoughts, instead of immediately believing them. You begin to question your assumptions, instead of accepting them as truth. This is where clarity begins. It is not about adding more information, it is about removing distortion. As you continue this process, your mind becomes less reactive. You are no longer immediately pulled into every thought or emotion. You are able to pause, to observe, to see things from a more balanced perspective. You begin to notice that situations are often simpler than your mind makes them, that many of your worries are based on assumptions rather than reality, that much of your stress comes from how you interpret things, not from the things themselves. This realization is powerful, Because it shifts your focus from trying to control external situations to understanding your internal processes. You begin to see that by changing how you perceive things, you change how you experience them. And as this understanding deepens, your perception begins to clear. You start to see situations without immediately labeling them as good or bad. You start to see people without projecting assumptions onto them. You start to see yourself without the constant judgment that once shaped your identity. This clarity is not cold or detached. It is aware, it is present, it is grounded in reality rather than illusion. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises when we see things incorrectly, when we attach to what is impermanent, when we identify with what is not truly the self, when we resist what is natural. Absolute clarity is the removal of these misunderstandings. It is the ability to see impermanence as it is, to understand that everything changes, to recognize that thoughts and emotions are temporary, not permanent aspects of who you are, to see that your identity is not fixed, but constantly evolving. This understanding changes the way you relate to everything. You are no longer surprised by change. You are no longer disturbed by impermanence. You are no longer attached to a fixed idea of yourself. You are flexible. You are adaptable. You are aligned with the nature of life. As this clarity deepens, your decisions become more precise. You are no longer acting based on confusion or impulse. You are acting based on understanding. You see situations more clearly, so your responses become more effective. You are not overthinking. You are not hesitating unnecessarily. You are not reacting emotionally without awareness. You are responding with clarity. This makes your actions more powerful, because they are not influenced by distortion. They are aligned with reality. This also changes your emotional experience. You still feel emotions, but you are not controlled by them. You are able to observe them as they arise and pass. You understand that they are temporary. You do not attach to them. You do not resist them. You allow them to move through you, without creating additional suffering. This creates emotional stability, a stability that is not based on suppressing emotions, but on understanding them. You are no longer overwhelmed by what you feel. You are aware of it. You are grounded within it. And because of this, you remain steady. Absolute clarity also changes the way you see others. You begin to understand that people act based on their level of awareness. You see that their behavior is influenced by their own thoughts, their own experiences, their own conditioning. This understanding reduces judgment. You are less reactive to others. You are more patient. You are more compassionate, not because you are trying to be, but because you see things more clearly. You understand that just as you were once unaware, others are also on their own path of understanding. This creates a deeper sense of connection, not a connection based on attachment, but a connection based on awareness. You see the shared nature of human experience. You see the patterns that exist in everyone. And this understanding brings a sense of calm. You are no longer constantly reacting to others. You are observing, understanding, and responding with awareness. As you continue to live in this state, you begin to notice something else. Your mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappear completely, but because they are no longer constantly active in the same way. There is more space, more stillness, more clarity. This stillness enhances your perception. You are able to see things more directly, without the interference of constant mental noise. You are more present, more aware, more connected to what is happening in each moment. This presence brings a sense of peace, not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer lost in illusion. You are seeing reality as it is. And this removes a significant amount of unnecessary suffering, because much of your suffering was created by misunderstanding, by misinterpreting situations, by attaching to what is not permanent, by resisting what is natural. With clarity, these patterns dissolve. You are no longer creating unnecessary struggle. You are simply experiencing life. And this experience is different. It is lighter, it is clearer, it is more direct. You are not carrying the weight of constant interpretation. You are not trapped in mental stories. You are present with reality. This is the final shift. Not adding more knowledge, but removing what is false. Not becoming something new, but seeing clearly what already is. And in this clarity, you find something deeper than answers. You find understanding. An understanding that is not intellectual, but experiential. An understanding that changes how you see everything. An understanding that cannot be taken away, because it is based on direct awareness. This is absolute clarity. And once you experience it, even briefly, you realize that much of what once confused you was never as complicated as it seemed. It was only hidden behind layers of thought, assumption, and illusion. And now, those layers are gone. And what remains is simple, clear, real. 26. The final piece, when nothing needs to change for you to be at ease there, is a point in your journey where everything you have been seeking begins to settle into a quiet and steady understanding, not because life has become perfect, not because all your problems have disappeared, and not because everything is finally under your control, but because something within you has changed in a way that no longer requires life to be different for you to feel at peace. This is the final piece. For most of your life, your sense of peace has likely been conditional. It depended on things going your way, on situations unfolding as you expected, on people behaving in ways that aligned with your preferences. When everything matched your expectations, you felt calm. When it did not, you felt disturbed. Your inner state was constantly shifting based on external conditions, and because those conditions were always changing, your peace was never stable. This is the hidden pattern that keeps most people in a state of constant dissatisfaction. They are always waiting for something to change before they allow themselves to feel at ease. They tell themselves that they will relax once they achieve a certain goal, once a problem is solved, once things become more certain, once life becomes easier. But the truth is that this moment rarely arrives in the way they expect, because life is always changing, always presenting new challenges, new uncertainties, new situations that do not fit perfectly into their plans. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises from this constant desire for things to be different. It is not the situation itself that creates the disturbance, but the resistance to it. It is the belief that things must change in order for you to feel at peace. As you continue your journey, as your awareness deepens, you begin to see this pattern clearly. You begin to notice how your mind constantly looks for something to fix, something to improve, something to change. Even when things are going well, your mind searches for the next problem, the next challenge, the next source of dissatisfaction. It is always looking ahead, always trying to control, always trying to create a version of reality that feels more comfortable. And in this constant movement, peace is always postponed. But as you observe this more closely, something begins to shift. You begin to question the assumption that things must be different for you to feel at ease. You begin to notice that in certain moments, when you stop resisting, when you stop trying to change everything, there is a natural sense of calm that arises. It is not created, it is revealed. This calm is not dependent on external conditions. It is not tied to outcomes. It is simply there, beneath the noise of your thoughts, beneath the constant movement of your mind. This is the beginning of true peace. Not a peace that comes from controlling life, but a peace that comes from understanding it. As this understanding deepens, you begin to let go of the need for everything to be perfect. You begin to accept that life includes uncertainty, change, and imperfection. You begin to see that these things are not obstacles to peace, but part of the natural flow of life. And when you stop resisting them, they lose their power to disturb you. This does not mean that you stop taking action or that you become passive. It means that your actions are no longer driven by a need to escape discomfort. They are driven by clarity, intention. You still work toward your goals. You still make decisions. You still engage with life. But you do so from a place of inner stability, not from a place of constant dissatisfaction. This changes everything. You are no longer chasing peace. You are living from it. As you continue to experience this state, you begin to notice something else. Your relationship with problems changes. Problems no longer feel like interruptions to your peace. They become part of your experience. You address them when necessary, but you do not allow them to disturb your inner state in the same way. You are able to handle difficulties without becoming overwhelmed by them. You are able to face challenges without losing your sense of calm. This is not because life has become easier. It is because you have become more stable. Your peace is no longer fragile. It is no longer dependent on external conditions. It is rooted within you. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of equanimity, a state of mental balance where you remain steady regardless of what is happening around you. This is not indifference, but a deep form of acceptance that allows you to experience life without being thrown off balance by it. In this state, you are not overly attached to pleasure, and you are not overly resistant to discomfort. You experience both, but you remain grounded. This balance creates a sense of ease that is difficult to describe. You are no longer constantly pulled in different directions by your desires and aversions. You are centered. You are stable. You are at ease. As this state deepens, you begin to feel a sense of completeness, not because you have everything, but because you no longer feel like something is missing. You are not searching for something to complete you. You are complete in yourself. This does not mean that you stop growing or that you lose ambition. It means that your growth is no longer driven by a sense of lack. It is driven by curiosity, by awareness, by a natural desire to evolve. You are not trying to fix yourself. You are simply allowing yourself to grow. This creates a different kind of motivation, a motivation that is not based on pressure or fear, but on understanding and intention. You act because it is aligned with your path, not because you feel incomplete without it. This shift removes a significant amount of stress from your life. You are no longer trying to prove anything. You are no longer trying to become something to feel worthy. You are simply living. And in this way of living, you find a deeper kind of fulfillment. Not the temporary satisfaction that comes from achieving something, but a lasting sense of contentment that comes from being at peace with yourself and your life as it is. As you continue in this state, you begin to see life differently. You no longer view it as a series of problems to solve. You see it as a flow of experiences to engage with. You are not constantly trying to control or fix everything. You are participating. You are present. You are aware. This presence brings a sense of richness to your experience. Even simple moments feel meaningful. Even ordinary experiences carry a sense of depth because you are fully there. You are not distracted by constant dissatisfaction. You are not lost in endless thinking. You are experiencing life directly. This is the essence of final peace, not the absence of challenges, but the absence of unnecessary resistance. Not the elimination of change, but the acceptance of it. Not the control of everything, but the understanding that control is not needed for peace. And when you reach this understanding, something profound happens. You stop waiting. You stop postponing your peace. You stop believing that something needs to change before you can feel at ease. You realize that this moment, as it is enough. Not because it is perfect, but because you are no longer resisting it. And in that realization, you find a sense of freedom that is not dependent on anything external, a freedom that remains with you regardless of circumstances, a freedom that allows you to move through life with calm, with clarity, with stability. This is the final piece, and once you experience it, you understand something that changes everything. Nothing needs to change for you to be at ease. 27. The eternal awareness when you live as the observer, not the reaction. There is a final depth of understanding that unfolds quietly after all the effort, all the discipline, all the practice, and all the inner work begins to settle into something stable and natural. It is the realization that beneath everything you experience, beneath every thought, every emotion, every reaction, there is a constant presence that has always been there, watching, aware, untouched. This presence is not something you create, it is something you recognize. It is your awareness itself. For most of your life, you have been identified with what appears in your mind. When a thought arises, you believe it. When an emotion appears, you become it. When a reaction is triggered, you follow it without question. This creates a constant movement of identity, where you are defined by whatever is happening in the moment. If your thoughts are negative, you feel like a negative person. If your emotions are unstable, you feel unstable. If your reactions are impulsive, you feel out of control. This identification creates confusion. Because you are constantly shifting with what is temporary, you are trying to find stability in something that is always changing. Buddhism teaches that this is the root of much of your suffering, not the thoughts or emotions themselves, but your identification with them. When you believe that you are your thoughts, you are pulled into every mental pattern. When you believe that you are your emotions, you are overwhelmed by every feeling. When you believe that you are your reactions, you feel trapped in cycles that seem impossible to break. But as your awareness deepens, you begin to notice something different. You begin to see that there is a part of you that is not changing, a part of you that is observing everything that happens, a part of you that is aware of your thoughts, aware of your emotions, aware of your reactions. And this part is constant. It does not change with every thought. It does not rise and fall with every emotion. It simply observes. At first, this realization may be subtle. You may notice moments where you are aware of your thoughts instead of lost in them. Moments where you observe your emotions instead of being consumed by them. Moments where you pause before reacting, creating a space between the stimulus and your response. These moments are the beginning of your connection to awareness. And as you continue to observe, this connection becomes stronger. You begin to spend more time in that state of observation. You begin to recognize that your thoughts are not you. They are events in your mind. You begin to see that your emotions are not permanent. They are experiences that arise and pass. You begin to understand that your reactions are not fixed. They are patterns that can be changed. This understanding creates a separation, not a separation from life, but a separation from identification. You are no longer completely absorbed in what is happening. You are aware of it. This awareness gives you freedom, because once you are aware, you have a choice. You do not have to follow every thought. You do not have to act on every emotion. You do not have to react in the same way every time. You can observe, understand, and respond with clarity. This is the shift from reaction to observation, and this shift is what transforms your experience of life. As you deepen this practice, you begin to notice that your mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappear completely, but because you are no longer feeding them with constant attention. You are no longer chasing every idea, no longer analyzing every possibility, no longer getting lost in endless loops of thinking. You observe, and then you let go. This creates space. And in that space, clarity arises. You begin to see situations more clearly. You begin to understand your patterns more deeply. You begin to respond more wisely. This clarity is not something you force. It is something that naturally emerges when the noise of constant reaction is reduced. Buddhism often describes this as awakening to your true nature, not in a mystical sense, but in a practical and direct way. It is the recognition that you are not limited to the content of your mind, that you are the awareness in which that content appears. This realization changes everything. You are no longer trapped in your thoughts. You are no longer controlled by your emotions. You are no longer defined by your content, reactions. You are the observer of all of these, and because of this, you are free. Free to choose how you respond. Free to step back from patterns that no longer serve you. Free to experience life without being overwhelmed by it. As this awareness becomes more stable, it begins to extend into every part of your life. You are aware when you are thinking. You are aware when you are feeling. You are aware when you are reacting. This continuous awareness creates a sense of presence. You are no longer lost in the past or the future. You are here, fully engaged with the present moment. This presence brings a deep sense of peace, not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer carried away by the constant movement of your mind. You are grounded, you are stable, you are aware. This awareness also changes the way you experience challenges. When something difficult happens, you are not immediately overwhelmed. You observe your reaction, you notice your thoughts, you see your emotions as they arise, and in that observation, you create space. Space to choose your response, space to act with clarity, space to remain grounded. This is what makes awareness so powerful. It allows you to experience life fully without being controlled by it. You are engaged, but not lost. You are present, but not overwhelmed. You are aware, but not reactive. As you continue to live in this way, something deeper begins to emerge, a sense of continuity, a sense that no matter what is happening, there is a stable presence within you that remains unchanged. This presence becomes your anchor, your point of stability, your source of clarity. You are no longer looking outside for something to hold on to. You are grounded within your own awareness. This is the state of eternal awareness, not something that comes and goes, but something that is always available, always present, always accessible. You simply become more aware of it, and, as you do, your life begins to transform in subtle but powerful ways. You are no longer reacting automatically. You are responding consciously. You are no longer driven by unconscious patterns. You are guided by awareness. You are no longer searching for stability outside. You are grounded within. This is the final shift, not becoming something new, but recognizing what has always been there, not achieving something external, but realizing something internal, not escaping life, but experiencing it with clarity and awareness. And once you reach this state, you no longer feel controlled by your thoughts, your emotions, or your reactions. You see them, you understand them, you let them pass, and in that process, you remain aware, present, unshaken. This is the power of eternal awareness. And once you live from this place, you are no longer defined by what happens to you. You are defined by how aware you are of it. And in that awareness, you find true freedom. 28. The boundless state when you are no longer limited by the self you once believed you were. There is a final layer of transformation that reveals itself only after you have walked through awareness, discipline, detachment, silence, and clarity. A layer that changes not just how you think or act, but how you experience yourself entirely. It is the realization that the identity you once held so tightly, the version of yourself you believed was fixed and defined, was never as solid as it seemed. It was a collection of thoughts, memories, beliefs, and patterns, constantly shifting, constantly changing, yet treated as something permanent. And when this illusion begins to dissolve, you step into what can only be described as a boundless state. For most of your life, you have lived within the limits of a constructed identity. You believed that you were a certain kind of person, defined by your past experiences, your successes, your failures, your personality, your habits, and your roles. You said things like, "This is just who I am," or "I cannot change this about myself," without realizing that these statements were not truths, but assumptions built over time. This identity created a sense of stability, but it also created limitation. Because once you believe that you are a fixed version of yourself, you begin to act within those boundaries. You repeat the same patterns. You react in familiar ways. You make decisions based on what aligns with that identity, even if it no longer serves you. Buddhism teaches that this sense of a fixed self is an illusion, not because you do not exist, but because what you call yourself is constantly changing. Your thoughts change, your emotions change, your beliefs change, your understanding evolves. There is no single unchanging entity that defines you completely. As you begin to observe this more closely, something begins to shift. You start to notice how your identity is formed. You see how certain thoughts create a sense of self. You see how certain emotions reinforce that identity. You see how certain behaviors keep that pattern alive. And with this awareness, you begin to question it. Is this really who I am, or is this just a pattern I have repeated? Is this limitation real, or is it something I have accepted without question? These questions begin to loosen the grip of your identity. You begin to see that you are not as fixed as you once believed. You begin to recognize that you have the ability to change, to grow, to evolve beyond the patterns that once defined you. This realization creates a sense of expansion. You are no longer confined to a narrow definition of yourself. You are no longer limited by past experiences or previous versions of who you were. You are open, you are flexible, you are evolving. This is the beginning of the boundless state, a state where you are not restricted by a fixed identity, a state where you are free to become. As this state deepens, your relationship with yourself changes. You no longer feel the need to protect a certain image. You no longer feel the need to defend your identity. You no longer feel threatened by change. Instead, you embrace it. You see change as part of your growth. You allow yourself to evolve without resistance. This creates a sense of freedom that is difficult to describe. Because you are no longer carrying the weight of a fixed identity, you are no longer trying to maintain a version of yourself. You are simply experiencing and growing. This freedom also changes the way you approach challenges. You are no longer limited by thoughts like, "I am not capable," or "This is not who I am." You see these as patterns, not truths, and because of this, you are able to move beyond them. You are able to try new things, to take new directions, to explore new possibilities without being held back by past limitations. This openness creates growth. Growth that is not forced, but natural. Growth that comes from your willingness to step beyond what you once believed was possible. Buddhism often speaks about the idea of emptiness, not as something negative, but as the absence of fixed identity. It is the understanding that you are not limited to a single form, a single definition, a single way of being. This emptiness is what allows for possibility. Because when you are not fixed, you can change. When you are not limited, you can expand. When you are not defined, you can evolve. As you begin to experience this, your sense of self becomes lighter. You are no longer carrying the burden of needing to be a certain way. You are no longer trying to fit into a fixed identity. You are simply being, and this being is fluid. It adapts. It evolves. It responds to life without being constrained by rigid definitions. This creates a different kind of confidence, not the confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you are in a fixed sense, but the confidence that comes from knowing that you can adapt, that you can grow, that you can handle change. You trust your ability to navigate life, not because you have everything figured out, but because you are not limited by a fixed identity. You are open to learning, you are open to change, you are open to becoming something new. This openness is what makes the boundless state so powerful. It removes the fear of change. It removes the fear of uncertainty. It removes the fear of losing yourself, because you understand that you are not something that can be lost. You are something that is constantly evolving. As this understanding deepens, your perception of life also changes. You are no longer seeing things through the lens of a fixed identity. You are seeing them more directly, more clearly, more openly. You are not filtering everything through who you think you are. You are experiencing things as they are. This clarity enhances your awareness. It allows you to respond more effectively. It allows you to see possibilities that were previously hidden. It allows you to engage with life in a more dynamic and flexible way. You are no longer stuck in patterns. You are moving. You are adapting. You are growing. This is the essence of the Tan, boundless state. It is not about becoming something specific. It is about removing the limitations that were holding you back. It is about stepping beyond the identity you once believed was fixed. It is about realizing that you are not confined to a single version of yourself. And in this realization, you find a different kind of freedom, a freedom that is not dependent on circumstances, a freedom that is not limited by beliefs, a freedom that comes from understanding your true nature. This freedom allows you to live more fully, to explore more deeply, to engage more openly. You are no longer restricted. You are no longer confined. You are no longer defined by the past. You are present. You are aware. You are open to what is possible. And in this openness, you experience life in a new way, not as something you have to control or define, but as something you are part of, something you are moving with, something you are constantly becoming. This is the final transformation. Not becoming a fixed version of yourself, but becoming free from limitation. Not defining yourself, but understanding that you cannot be fully defined. Not holding on to identity, but allowing yourself to evolve beyond it. And once you reach this state, you realize something that changes everything. You were never limited. You only believed you were, and now that belief is gone. And what remains is something vast, something open, something boundless. You, 29. The timeless presence when you are fully here, free from past and future. There is a final dimension of your journey that reveals itself not through effort, not through accumulation of knowledge, and not through achieving something external, but through a simple and profound shift in how you experience time itself. It is the realization that much of your suffering was never caused by what is happening now, but by your constant movement away from the present moment into memories of the past and projections of the future. And when this movement begins to settle, when your attention returns fully to the present, you begin to experience what can only be described as timeless presence. For most of your life, your mind has been moving between two directions. It revisits the past, replaying events, analyzing mistakes, holding on to memories, and sometimes carrying regret or attachment to what has already happened. At the same time, it projects into the future, imagining possibilities, worrying about outcomes, planning, predicting, and often creating anxiety about what has not yet occurred. This constant movement creates a sense of disconnection, because while your mind is in the past or the future, your life is happening now. And when you are not fully present, you miss the reality of what is in front of you. You are not experiencing life directly. You are experiencing it through the filter of thought. Buddhism teaches that the present moment is the only place where life truly exists. The past is a memory, the future is a projection, but the present is real. And yet, most people spend very little time fully present. Their attention is constantly pulled away by thoughts, by concerns, by distractions. As you begin to develop awareness, you start to notice this pattern. You begin to see how often your mind drifts. You notice how easily you get lost in thinking. You observe how your attention moves away from what is happening now into what has happened or what might happen. And with this observation, something begins to shift. You begin to return, not in a forced way, but in a natural way that comes from awareness. You begin to bring your attention back to the present moment, to what you are doing, to what you are experiencing, to what is actually happening. At first, this may feel unfamiliar. You may notice how quickly your mind tries to move away again, how it pulls you back into thoughts, into memories, into concerns about the future. But each time you notice this, you return, again and again. And with each return, your connection to the present becomes stronger. You begin to spend more time here, fully aware, fully engaged. And as this presence deepens, something begins to change. Your experience of life becomes richer, more vivid, more direct. You are no longer experiencing life through layers of thought. You are experiencing it as it is. This creates a sense of clarity, because when you are present, your perception is not clouded by past experiences or future concerns. You see things more clearly. You respond more effectively. You are not reacting based on old patterns. You are responding based on what is happening now. This clarity also reduces stress, because much of your stress comes from thinking about things that are not happening in the present moment. You worry about the future. You regret the past. You create scenarios in your mind that may never occur. But when you are fully present, these concerns lose their power because they are not part of your immediate experience. You are here, and in this moment, there is often less to worry about than your mind suggests. This realization brings a sense of calm, not because life is perfect, but because you are no longer carrying the weight of unnecessary thinking. You are not burdened by what has already happened. You are not overwhelmed by what might happen. You are simply here. And in that presence, there is peace. Buddhism often emphasizes mindfulness, the practice of being fully aware of the present moment without judgment. This practice is not about controlling your thoughts or forcing your mind to be silent. It is about observing what is happening without becoming lost in it. You notice your thoughts, but you do not follow them. You feel your emotions, but you do not become overwhelmed by them. You experience sensations, but you remain aware of them. This awareness creates a space between you and your experience. And in that space, you find freedom. You are no longer automatically reacting. You are choosing your response. This is what makes presence so powerful. It allows you to live consciously, to act intentionally, to experience life fully. As this state deepens, your relationship with time begins to change. You are no longer rushing through moments, trying to get to the next thing. You are no longer constantly thinking about what comes next. You are engaged with what is here. This does not mean that you stop planning or thinking about the future. It means that you are not lost in it. You use thought when it is needed, but you return to presence when it is not. This balance creates a sense of flow. You move through life without unnecessary resistance. You act when it is time to act. You rest when it is time to rest. You think when it is necessary. You remain present when it is not. This creates a rhythm, a natural way of moving through life that is not forced or chaotic. As you continue to live in this way, you begin to notice something deeper. The present moment is not just a point in time. It is a state of being, a state where you are fully aware, fully engaged, fully alive. And in this state, there is a sense of completeness, not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is missing. You are not waiting for something to happen. You are not searching for something to complete you. You are experiencing life as it is. This is the essence of timeless presence. It is not about stopping time. It is about stepping out of the mental movement that creates the illusion of time as something you must chase or escape. You are no longer trapped in the past. You are no longer anxious about the future. You are here, fully present, fully aware. And in this awareness, you find a different kind of freedom. A freedom that is not dependent on circumstances. A freedom that is not limited by time. A freedom that comes from being fully connected to the present moment. This freedom changes everything. You are no longer living in anticipation. You are no longer living in regret. You are living now. And in this moment, you find clarity, you find peace, you find stability. Not because you have achieved something, but because you are no longer disconnected from your experience. You are present. And in that presence, life unfolds in a way that feels natural, fluid, and meaningful. This is the final shift. Not becoming something new, but returning to what has always been available, the present moment. And once you fully experience this, you realize something simple but profound. Life is not happening somewhere else. It is happening here. 30. The ultimate freedom when you are completely yourself without fear or limitation. There is a final realization that brings everything together, a realization that does not arrive through force, through struggle, or through chasing something outside of yourself, but through the gradual unfolding of awareness that has been building within you all along. It is the moment where you fully understand that you are no longer bound by the fears, limitations, expectations, and identities that once defined your life. It is the moment where you stop holding yourself back, stop shrinking yourself, stop adjusting yourself to fit into the world, and begin to exist as you truly are. This is the ultimate freedom. For most of your life, you may not have realized how much of your behavior was shaped by fear. Fear of judgment, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of being misunderstood, fear of not being enough. These fears may not have always been obvious, but they influenced your decisions in subtle ways. They made you hesitate when you wanted to act. They made you stay silent when you wanted to speak. They made you follow paths that felt safe instead of paths that felt true. This is how limitation is created, not through external barriers, but through internal restriction. You limit yourself based on what you think is acceptable, based on what you believe others will approve of, based on what you are afraid might happen if you step outside of those boundaries. Over time, these limitations become part of your identity. You begin to believe that this is just who you are, that you are not the kind of person who takes risks, that you are not the kind of person who stands out, that you are not capable of certain things. But as your awareness deepens, as you continue your journey, you begin to see these limitations for what they are. They are not truths. They are patterns. They are beliefs. They are habits of thinking that have been repeated so often that they feel real. And once you see this clearly, something begins to change. You begin to question these limitations. You begin to challenge the beliefs that have been holding you back. You begin to step outside of the patterns that once defined you. This is not easy, because stepping beyond your limitations requires you to face the very fears that created them. It requires you to act despite uncertainty. It requires you to move forward without guarantees. It requires you to trust yourself in ways that you may not be used to. But each time you do this, something shifts. The fear begins to lose its power. The limitation begins to dissolve. You begin to see that what once felt impossible was only restricted by your perception. And with each step, your sense of self expands. You are no longer confined to the version of yourself you once believed in. You are becoming something more, something freer, something more aligned with your true nature. Buddhism teaches that much of what we identify as the self is constructed, not fixed. It is built from experiences, thoughts, and conditioning, and because it is constructed, it can also be deconstructed. When you begin to deconstruct these layers, when you begin to let go of the beliefs and patterns that no longer serve you, what remains is something simple, something natural, something real. You, not the version shaped by fear, not the version defined by expectations, but the version that exists beneath all of that. This is where ultimate freedom begins. It is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing what is not you. As you continue to live in this state, your behavior changes in ways that feel both natural and powerful. You speak more honestly. You act more directly. You make decisions based on what feels true to you, not based on what others expect. You are no longer constantly adjusting yourself to fit into situations. You are simply being. This does not mean that you become careless or insensitive. It means that you are no longer acting from fear. You are acting from clarity. And this creates a different kind of presence, a presence that is authentic, a presence that is grounded, a presence that is not trying to impress or prove anything. People may notice this, even if they cannot explain it. They may feel a sense of confidence in the way you carry yourself. They may recognize that you are not easily influenced or shaken. They may see that you are not seeking approval in the same way. This is the natural expression of ultimate freedom. It does not need to be announced. It is simply lived. As this state deepens, your relationship with fear changes completely. Fear may still arise, but it no longer controls you. You see it as a temporary response, not as a command. You feel it, but you do not follow it blindly. You act despite it. And each time you do this, your trust in yourself grows stronger. You begin to understand that fear is not something that needs to be eliminated. It is something that can be observed, understood, and moved through. This understanding removes the power that fear once had over you. You are no longer held back by it. You are no longer limited by it. You are free to move forward, regardless of what you feel. This is what makes this stage so powerful. You are no longer controlled by internal resistance. You are no longer restricted by old patterns. You are no longer confined by beliefs that do not serve you. You are open. You are flexible. You are free. And in this freedom, your life begins to expand in ways that were not possible before. You are able to explore new directions. You are able to take opportunities without hesitation. You are able to express yourself fully, not because you are trying to be something, but because you are no longer holding yourself back. This expansion is not chaotic. It is aligned, because it comes from clarity, not from impulse. It comes from understanding, not from confusion. You are not acting randomly. You are acting in alignment with your path. This alignment creates a sense of confidence that is deeply stable, not the kind that comes from external success, but the kind that comes from knowing yourself. You trust your decisions. You trust your direction. You trust your ability to handle whatever comes. And this trust allows you to move through life with a sense of ease. You are no longer constantly second-guessing yourself. You are no longer looking for validation. You are no longer trying to prove your worth. You are simply living, fully, honestly, without unnecessary limitation. This is the ultimate freedom. Not the freedom to do whatever you want without consequence, but the freedom to be yourself without fear. The freedom to act in alignment with your truth. The freedom to live without being controlled by external expectations or internal limitations. And once you reach this state, you realize something that changes everything. You were never truly restricted. You were only limited by what you believed about yourself. And now, those beliefs are gone. And what remains is something powerful, something real, Something free. You. There is something you must understand now, after everything you have seen, after every layer that has been revealed, after every illusion that has slowly dissolved within you. This journey was never about becoming someone new. It was never about chasing a version of yourself that exists somewhere in the future. It was never about fixing what is broken. It was about remembering who you are beneath everything you were taught to believe. From the very beginning, you were pulled in different directions. You were told how to think, how to act, how to live, how to measure your worth. You learned to compare yourself, to follow others, to seek approval, to build your identity based on what the world expected from you, and without realizing it, you slowly moved away from your own path. But something inside you never disappeared. A quiet voice, a sense of knowing, a feeling that there is more to life than following the crowd. And that is why you are here. Because deep down, you were never meant to live someone else's life. You were meant to build yourself, to walk your own path, to become someone who is not controlled by fear, not shaped by opinions, not limited by expectations. And now you have seen what that truly means. It means learning to stand alone without feeling lonely. It means trusting your direction even when no one understands it. It means letting go of the need to be accepted by everyone. It means building a mind that is calm in chaos, steady in uncertainty, and clear in confusion. It means becoming so aware that nothing outside you can control what happens inside you. It means finding peace that does not depend on outcomes. It means living in the present, free from the weight of the past and the anxiety of the future. It means becoming someone who no longer searches, because you have found yourself. This is not an easy path. It was never meant to be. There will be moments of doubt, moments of silence, moments where you feel like you are walking alone while the world moves in a different direction. But understand this clearly, that is not a sign you are lost. That is a sign you are finally free. Because the moment you stop following others, you stop living unconsciously. The moment you stop seeking approval, you stop being controlled. The moment you start trusting yourself, you begin to live with power. And this power is not loud. It does not need validation. It does not need attention. It is quiet. It is stable. It is unshakable. It is the power of someone who knows who they are. So, from this moment forward, stop waiting. Stop doubting. Stop looking around to see what others are doing. Your path is not theirs. Your journey is not meant to be understood by everyone. Your life is not meant to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Build yourself. Walk your path. Trust your direction. And most importantly, do not turn back just because it feels lonely. Because at the end of this path, you will not find approval. You will not find validation. You will not find something outside of you. You will find something far greater. You will find yourself.